There we go. I think we are live. Hello, Zen friends. Can you believe it's Wednesday again already? So happy hump day, as we say in the USA. So welcome, everybody. Happy to have you here and excited, as we always are, to see what messages come through tonight from Spirit. But before then, let us come back to this moment, which is like we like to do. We like to come back into this beautiful moment full of love and get out of the chaos of the outside world, get out of the past, the future, come back to this moment. So we'll join together and take a big deep breath in. We'll hold it for as long as it feels comfortable. Slow exhale out, and then we'll bring in the singing bowl and move some energy. And then we'll get into reading. So if you want to join me in that, let's begin by taking a big deep breath in. Here we go. Beautiful, beautiful. And then we will hit the singing bowl 3 times. On the third one, I'll bring in a little feather too to move some energy, cleanse away some of the low vibration. We'll get the stagnant energy going and moving. And we'll bring in and replace it with all that higher vibrational love. So I'll hit it 3 times. You can just imagine this beautiful love just expanding within you, filling you up like a singing bowl and overflowing out to the outside world, letting it do what it wants to do out there to help raise the vibration of the planet too. So, of course, something we can do to help us raise our vibration immediately is to focus just on one little thing that we're grateful for in the moment. And that magnetizes us to receive messages from spirit, but also for whatever we're grateful for. We attract it more instead of pushing it, away. So that is what we will do here. So let me make sure I have this tilted in the right way. I think this makes the best sound. We'll see. So remember gratitude. Here we go. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Always so lovely. I love this energy. All right. We'll put my little mallet, my little feather way over here. Let them watch over us. So, hello, Zen friends. Whew, just puts you in such a good place, right? So, welcome everybody. I'm so excited to have you here and what we're going to learn from Spirit this evening and what messages come through, what clarity we can glean. Got some beautiful Sagittarius full moon energy coming up on Sunday. So, two full moons in a month, one on the first, one on the 31st. So, this one, of course, is a blue moon, being the second moon in a month. So I'm excited to see what we have. If you're new to my channel or new to these readings, welcome. I'm your bruddaZEN. We are here to spill the tea. So welcome. We got a great group of Zen friends with huge hearts, great senses of humor. Always two things that I'm so grateful for because we like to laugh. We like to keep the energy high vibration and supportive of one another. And I hardly ever have to tell anyone differently and remind anyone. So thank you guys so much for being such bright lights for one another, and I love having you here. So there's always room for more Zen friends. So welcome, welcome. If you want to know how the whole process of the readings works, it's all detailed down in the description area of the video. So if you want to check that out, you can. And donations do get first priority. If you want to make a donation, you can use the super chat at the bottom or in that description area. It does tell about my Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Square, and Google Pay. I currently don't have any set dollar amounts, so whatever you give from your heart, I do honor that and appreciate that. And we do dive deeper into donation readings. If your donation is $5 or more, or your donations add up to $5 or more, your what I call your fortune cookie will have a soul coaching oracle as long as these last. And for every other donation under that amount, we are using the healing spirits little oracle for your fortune cookie. So you get a little extra tidbit that comes in, a little extra message for you for the donations. And then I do get 2 free readings every session. Just donations get first priority. Sometimes it can take a couple hours, sometimes a few hours, sometimes 5 hours, especially when I'm on a session of 7 hours. We definitely will get to them. I do post a pinned comment at the end of each session listing all the readings completed with timestamps. So if you have your message and you're hanging out and you're like, I got to go do stuff, if you come back later, especially after the session is ended, you just click on that pinned comment. You'll be able to see your name, click on that timestamp, takes you right to your reading. Easy breezy, very fancy. And if you pop back in um, and are wondering if I completed your readings yet, if you post a comment, eventually, will see it. I try to keep up on the chat in between readings, so I'll answer you at that point. So that's kind of the process. I also have a free podcast if you want more. Uh, what do we get? Hints from Spirit on how to have an easier path instead of a harder path. This is the most recent one here. Learning the language of emotion. Phase 1, because we're on a 4 phases of growing our empathic and spiritual gifts. So if you want to check those out, make sure, check out the description area of the video, or if you click on my name and go to my main page on YouTube, at the very top is the playlist for that. So all of that is free if you want to check that out. And I think that's the main skinny on a lot of things. So let me get caught up here on the chat here, and we will make sure we have the list all up to date, and we'll get into readings tonight. We're going to be using these animal guides tarot. So the animals want to speak, so we will let them tonight. So that's what we'll be using, just in case you're curious. All right. And of course, we've got Shanji in the house. Hey, we'll start at the bottom, work our way up. Thank you. I just got your additional donation via the CashApp. So thank you for that. Let's see here. So this will be your question right away. All right, perfect. We'll get you added on there. Boom, boom, boom. There you go. All right. And then I just had another one pop in here from Marissa. So, Marissa Smith. Hey, Marissa. Perfect timing. So, I got you on the donation list too. And I'll give an update on where we're at on all of where we're at on the list. Uh, as soon as I'm caught up and we get started here before we get started. So good to see you. Hi. We got Pink Aura Angel in the house. Good to see you. Hello, hello. Got Chelsea LeBeau. Or not LeBeau. Liebenau. Liebenau. We got you. And here's your free question. I got your donation from earlier. So I got you on the donation list as well. Good to see you. Think I was watching a movie with someone named, Lebeau or something like that. That's what made me think of that. All right, and then we also have Royal Velour. Good to see you. I got you on the free list here. Hello, hello. Love your little leaves there. We got Kay Linda. Hey, hey. Good to see you as well. Get you on the little free reading list here. Whoops. Maybe. There we go. Much better. And then Olivier Vagara. Hello, hello, my friend. Good to see you. Got your free reading request on there. Hope you're doing good. Down south. And then we have, is that Yati Chopra? Hello, hello. Good to see you. Get you on the free list here. All right. And Lotus of Serendipity. Good to see you. We'll get you on the little list here too. The quickly growing free list. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Got Nicola Jackson. Hey, hey. Hello. Good to see you. Yeah, and I'm doing good, Olivier. Hope you're doing well. It's been a very cloudy and rainy day, if you can tell. A little kind of puffy. I could take a nap. It's just like that. Ready to have a little sleepy time, but spirit will kick in here and then look out. We got Ruby Grimm. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Whoop, whoop. And I don't see a message. I don't see a question for you yet, Ruby, just in case they've erased it or something. And then I think I've got everyone else. So we got Jamie G. So Jamie, good to see you. Glad you like the music. We got you on the free list here. And Jojo, good nighties. So while you're sleeping, we got you on the free list. So we'll circle back around there. And then we do have May. Thank you. I got you switched out your question. I got that updated. And then Shanji, I do have your 3 questions and donations that are on the list here. We also have Betty Joe. So Betty Joe, good to see you. Get you on the free list here. And then we got Lauren Smith. We got your donation. I gave it a love earlier. We'll give it a like here because I do have you on the list here. And Sudeshna, got your 3 questions. And of course, Butterfly. Thank you. Thank you. I got you on the free reading list. I sure do. Thank you again for all your lovely support here, all those messages. You summarize it very well. I appreciate that. We got Minihil. Yep, we got you on the free list from earlier, and Prathi as well. So we got you there. All right, and then Chelsea, I got yours on the list. We'll give that 11 there, Sudeshnas. All right, so I think I've got everyone on those lists. Let me just scroll to the bottom and catch up here a little bit too. We got Pink or Angel. There's your question. Get you on the list there. So good to see you. Boom, boom, boom. And Cat Mia, we got that too. Boom, boom. Get you on the list. Good to see you. And Ruby, there's your question. All right. A financial read. Absolutely. So we got you on the list there. All right. So let me just make sure I've got all of my emails caught up. And right. So the donation list will have Sudeshna up first for 1, and then Chelsea, we've got your 5 questions, and then Shanji for number 1, Sudeshna for 2 more, and then we will jump to Lauren Smith, and then back to Shanji, and then to Crystal, and then to Shanji, and then to Marissa. So that's where we're at right now. Choo, 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 ricocheting around. But I love it. So let me take a quick sip here. I got my little mushroom coffee. It has a little frothiness on there. So hope I don't end with a mustache, but cheers, everybody. Thank you so much for being here, all your love and all of your support. Thank you for the thumbs up, too. It does help spread the Zen love. You're part of the love tsunami. You get my channel out in front of other people when you do that. And when you comment, when you participate in the chat and watching the videos, all that stuff you guys do does help. And I'm so grateful. So cheers, cheers, cheers. I love you guys. All right. Hey, Ruby. No, your super chat did not go through. I don't believe so. Let me check one other view here. Nope, I do not see it on the list here. So it might have pooped out in the middle of it. Sometimes that happens. So your phone had an aneurysm. Yeah, it might have not completely went through there. All right, so let us dive in and we'll see what Spirit has going on here. Let's do it. So Sudeshna, we're up first. 1646 is for your first one here. All right. If I sound a little out of breath, I think it's because of all the humidity in the air. Plus, I have in this little house back here. I have a little cone incense going. I had one that was finishing up, and I lit one of these long ones, so it smells very incensey in here. So, but it smells great. All right, you guys can't smell it. Can just imagine. But Sudeshna, the month of June for your career. Let's take a look here and see what we got going on here. All right. So let's see what all these cards flying out here. If you're doing the super stickers in the chat, yeah, they should work too. I get a lot of people that use those as well. All right. So Sudeshna, you got the Chariot as your underlying energy here. You got the Arabian horses. I love this energy because this is one, it's very powerful because it's the power of choice. You know, there's so many choices that to be made, and the energies that we put forward, both mentally, emotionally, energetically, and physically, is what will draw things in, and it'll be the path that you go down. And I like the power of choice coming in because that, of course, reinforces that you're the one that gets to choose what unfolds into what extremity, you know, in the on your paths, right? So I like that, but it's also a movement energy. It rolls over all four horses from the slowest to the fastest, right? And so, you know, there is that uh victory, movement, choice energy coming in for your career in June. So a lot of opportunity. There's going to be a lot of opportunity for movement depending on what choices you make and which way do you go, right? So I like that. That's underlying energy. Let's see what else they have here too. Well, you got the world card, another victory energy. I like the little Shetland sheepdog. It's like Lassie from the olden days. But the world card is an ending of a significant cycle, beginning of a new adventure. So you're definitely having shifts happen in your career in June. Let's see what else we can do. Yeah, oh my God, 3 major arcana so far. The Magician, one of those new start energies, the one energy. I love the unicorn. But this also is that you knowing where you wanna go and what you wanna do is important because the magician, before they cast a spell, before they send their energy through the magic wand, they need to know, they know where they're at, but we need to know where we wanna go and where we're gonna send that energy, right? If we're just going, something happened, it's just the energy is going everywhere. It's really understanding what it is you want, and then, of course, using all of the magic of your mind, your emotions, your energy, and your actions, like the chariot energy, knowing the 4 elements of those, of how you wanna put those forward. Are you, when we focus on the lower vibration choices of fear or lack or need or want or, stress, that pushes things away. It repels things instead of attracts. It actually attracts in things that match that other energy. But if we focus in on gratitude around things and that higher vibration, joy, laughter, trust is a new one that they want to add in there. Then that allows things to come in and toward us, right? When we try to control something, it falls, we squeeze it, it squishes through our fingers. But if we open up to receive, then that's when we receive. So let's see what else they'll tell you here. You got the 6 of Pentacles. So here is this energy, like the kiwi. Um, and I believe you've probably have checked out my podcast, episode number 14, Abundance, where it does talk about the 6 of Pentacles. And I feel like we've talked about that before. If you haven't looked into that underneath subconscious area where you feel you have to do so much to deserve so little, that is an area that it could draw things to the city gate. But if you don't let it, if your inner child doesn't let it in because it doesn't feel you deserve it yet, then it just sits there. It delays. So that's something important coming in here is, I mean, you have all these 3 major arcana with so much power of ending and beginning and choice and power energy. But then the 6 of Pentacles is like you can bring it all the force to the gate, but if we don't let it in, it's not doing us any good, right? So, be sure to check that out if you want. The playlist is in the description area. You might have already looked at it. Yeah, and you have the 3 of Fire, 3 of Wands, which is with new information, taking a choice to go in a different direction than you had been planning on going before, does lead you with to the 10 of the earth, the 10 of Pentacles, which is an energy of abundance and fullness, and the 3 of air. It's unexpected with the 3 of swords coming in here. It's normally the heartbreak and expectations equal disappointment energy, but this, with this combo, it's a path of that's unexpected for you that comes up. And I feel like you have an opportunity, as we've been talking about, with your heart, of you identifying that direction, and like, oh my gosh, I want to go this completely other direction, not meeting up to everyone else's expectations, even my own that are implanted in my head, but following my heart. So I like that for you. Right, so that's for your first one here. Let's see what comes in here from the Healing Spirits Oracle here for you regarding career. And you've got true love can never really be lost. Got this 3 energy again. 30 is the card number, but you got the 3 of Wands, the 3 of Pentacles on the end there. So this creation kind of Empress energy says to love another is a wonderful thing. To be loved in return is the highest state the human being can achieve. The ascended masters in the higher realms of the spirit world have known love beyond the human condition and remind us that love in the human form may be perceived as incredible bliss when you experience it, or deep sorrow when you feel its absence. But when it has truly touched your life, it is forever, and neither time nor death can destroy it. Authentic love lives forever in your heart, not your head. There you go, kind of that reference, in the heart, not the head. And that is why it hurts when you fix your thoughts on love, lost, or otherwise. It's best to feel it in your heart where it can be truly be understood and experienced. Remember, the head was made to think, the heart was made to feel. I like it. So I feel like they're kind of bringing that emphasis back in about getting out of our head and into our heart. And then our head can support our heart. But all the head does is think. So when we rule our lives by the thinking, only the thinking, we exist, but we don't feel like we're living, right? So, a lot of opportunities it feels coming up here um, for you in June. So, hopefully that helps. A lot of choices to make, it feels like. Buckle up. All right. So, that's what they have for your first one. We'll circle back around for your other two here in a little bit. Let me just grab here. So, Ruby, thank you so much. I see your wonderful sticker here. So, the financial read was still your for your free reading, right? And then um, for your donation, you've got these other ones here, right? So, I'll grab those and we'll get you on the list here. Let me just move these here. Boom. There we go. Part one and part two. And then Debbie, oh, hey, my TechZen friend, good to see you. We'll get you on the free reading list here for whatever spirit wants you to know. I know that's not the way you say it. Celestial Nebula is in the house too. Hello, hello. Good to see you. And we'll get you on the free list here too. All right. I think we're all set. Hey, for donations, hey Val, good to see you. Donations, we have Chelsea up next, and then Sean G, and then two for Sudeshna, and then one for Lauren Smith, and then back to Sean G, and then Crystal, Sean G, Marissa, and Ruby. So that's about what, 10, I think, if I counted with my fingers right. Didn't go to my toes. So there's about 10 donations ahead. So hopefully that helps. Yeah, it keeps growing and growing and growing. So if you want, one this evening, it's good just to get on the list and then, uh, can check later and, uh, or after the stream is ended for the pinned comment as well, where I list all of the readings completed with timestamps. So, but whatever people like to do, it goes, which I'm so grateful for because one, it tells me you guys are enjoying your readings, and it also helps bruddaZEN eat, which is important. Uh, yeah, so cheers. At least currently, I might evolve someday where I don't even need any food. Wouldn't that be awesome? All right, let's get back into it. So we got Chelsea up. Chelsea, good to see you. Thank you again for your donation. There it is. And I got you 5 questions here. Let's see what we got going on. See what is happening. So for number 1, what did the man who ghosted you think? All right, let's take a look here. Got to these and those for number 1. And I feel like we'll just do it one by one. How about we do that? So we got the 6 of earth and the 6 of air. Yep, I feel here, I love the look on the cat's face on these cards. You're like, "Oh, what is happening here?" Yeah. We'll see here. I feel like they seem like there could be little extra information, but at least we can just get we can build the blocks together here. Because the 2 sixes, I feel like they're on an interesting path. Whenever you get like 2 sixes, it's a very significant flow energy. And the 6 of swords is them trying to see things from a different perspective, leave old ways of thinking behind and move into new ways. But I feel like they kind of have a tendency towards codependent relationships. And this I'm trying to change my ways. I feel like they kind of like this little cell ship kind of were like, nope, can't do this, sailing away kind of energy. I feel like they kind of saw their old pattern kicking in and it kind of made them wanna change course real quick because they realized, "Uh-oh, no. If I don't exit this fast, I'm gonna fall into my normal, um, codependent type of relationship kind of energy. So I feel like that's kind of in the underneath that. And then what else did they think here? Mm, yeah. And we got the King of Earth, King of Pentacles, right? And the Queen of Wands, the Queen of Fire, which I feel like you're kind of the Queen of Fire. And I do feel like they were like, "You're a lot of energy, that they're not used to." I feel like they're more of a very almost because 'cause they're a they like to be grounded, we'll put it that way. They like to be grounded with that King of Pentacles, and I feel like your Queen of Fire is, like, action and movement, and I feel like that kind of feel like they were looking for security, they were looking for solid foundation, and they saw you as action and movement and growth and spark, and they were like, you know, it's almost like introvert, extrovert energy, but I feel like there's, this, foundation that the solid foundation, they end up in codependent relationships because they end up needing a lot from another person, and I feel like they sensed that you weren't gonna be the person that would be, uh, like an overgiver, and I feel like that you're aware of that tendency within yourself, right? And I feel like you have very solid boundary energy, even if you don't say it, I feel like it kinda comes up now, whereas before it would be more like a, you know, free giveaway, everyone come for whatever you want, right? Well, I'll give, right? But now it's like, there's this kind of gates that you've kind of put up, like you allow people go to in and then move closer in and more in and more in and more in into your life. And with what you give, you don't give 1,000%. You build it up now and only give it to people that respect and honor the boundaries where before the gates were all open, people could just walk all the way in and just take, 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 and we would just give, 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 give. And I feel like now there's this, energy, right? I hear you. All right. Sounds good, Val. Thank you. So I feel like that's where what he was thinking, what was going on with them, and that's why they were like, "Oh," well, I feel like they were trying to stop themselves. But what made him realize it is when they were headed towards a gate that was locked and they had to like divert or smack right into the gate, right? So they had to do a quick, and then they just kept going, kind of energy. And then you wanted to know how. So that's the way he was thinking, right? So now we do want to get into his heart, which is what did he feel when he saw your story with the screenshot of your response to an internet troll saying, everyone I've wanted in my life has either ghosted me or left me. So I promise it'll take a little more effort to hurt me, right? Boom. Also in the caption joking about abandonment issues. Yay. Said to look up the meaning of Queen of Swords, right? Watch you get the Queen of Swords now. Let's take a look here. So what was he feeling when he saw the story? All right, and those. All right, let's see what we got here. Yeah, well, we do have you have the Hierophant here, um, and the Empress energy. So, and you have 4 cards for this one too. So I feel like they definitely are seeing things differently with that Hierophant, right? It's the master of change, and the Empress, they see you as that, not as a queen, but as an empress, the ruler over all the queens. And, that being true to your authentic self, the self-expression, the creation, the self-nurturing. And I feel like they see and they saw and felt like, "Oh, wow, that's what self-nurturing looks like," right? So I like that. What else do we have here? Wow, yeah. Nope, no queens in this one. We got the Empress, which is all the queens. But you do have the 6 of Wands and the, Hanged Man too. So, I feel like their heart was, "This is this is for the best," because I feel like they're cocooning, they are stepping back with that Hanged Man and looking, you know, pulled back, and that 6 again, here's that another 6, which is a flow of energy, and I feel like they're in a way a little, I'd say maybe inspired is a bit strong of a word, but I feel like they're sparked towards going, "Yeah, this is the better use of my energy because I need to look into, my abandonment issues. I need to look into, those things that were going on inside of me." So, I like it. Um, yeah, I don't feel like there's anything nefarious or anything regarding what they were feeling from their heart. Their heart was like, "Oh, yes, we need to self-nurture ourselves too." The mind is the troublemaker usually anyway, right? So, I kind of feel like that's what was going on with that there. So, let's see here. Did he look it up about the Queen of Swords? Let's take a look here. See if he actually looked it up. Yeah, he did. Got the Knight of Air, the knight, that is all about the mind and the research and education, getting clarity of seeking clarity, that's what the knight is. They're on a quest for understanding. So, I do feel that they looked it up, and then let's see what were their thoughts about it. So, what did they think of what they found on the Google? What did they think of that here? Yep, we got the Page of Fire. So it feels like, again, there's that kind of an inspiration, spark energy, and the Two of Cups, which is the lovebirds, and the ego, the devil card, too, here. So I feel like it did inspire them a bit. The devil card, the ego, is the shaking and the rattling energy, which, does bring in questioning some long held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets around relationship. I feel specifically here, but with the Two of Cups, it's even an energy, well, of the relationship to ourselves and our higher selves too. I started to pick up the deck and this card came flying off the bottom and the Lover's card. So Two of Cups and the Lover's card here, it did get them thinking about, you know, relationships and how they relate to other people, and but I feel like it did kind of have this, reflective on, what was going on between the 2 of you, but also all the past codependent relationships, and I just feel like it had them, again, inspired them to question and see things from a different perspective. Oh, and does he plan to take action? Let's take a look here. So based on all that, let's take a look here. Does he plan to take action? Yeah. One card answer, Ace of Fire, Ace of Wands. Got the white tiger. So it does feel like they plan on taking action. Let's see what that action is. Um, I just want to see, is it action on towards themselves or action towards you or both? Yeah, isn't it beautiful? Well, we got the Page of Pentacles. And we also got the star card, like dream come true. I feel like this air energy, this Aquarius energy of the star card, I feel like is I'm going to take the time to look at myself. And then, so I feel like they're going to take action on looking inward. And then, depending on what they find there, then kind of secondary to it is action in the outside world, Page of Pentacles. So I feel like it did inspire them to go inward to understand. why am I doing what I'm doing kind of energy. But I like that, which is good. That mirror, that's a big piece of what your interaction was for. Of course, what you learned about yourself through the situation, but also what did they learn through the situation themselves, right? Yeah, he's like, whoop, doop, doop. See what your fortune cookie brings in here too from the soul coaching. And then they want to give you a healing spirit one too, just because of the amount of your donation. All right. So for your soul coaching, yeah, right. Well, I guess this is another word, inspiration. It's enthusiasm, and look at for the transformation. So I like that. That could be towards them, but also, of course, for you and any of us it relates to. So embrace life with excitement and celebrate even the smallest victories. Let your childlike exuberance radiate to others. This isn't the time to be cool or reserved. Find joy in the ordinary events of life and discover what's great about today. Your soul wants you to know it's easy to think that you'll be enthusiastic once your dreams have become reality. However, the fastest way to manifestation is to be joyous about what you already have. As a direct result of your unabashed excitement, you'll start to see miracles in your life and in the lives of those around you. Additionally, enthusiasm is a direct path to vibrant health. It helps improve your immune system and sends a message to your body that it's vital, healthy, and strong. I like it. Your affirmation for this card: I celebrate everything in my life and I live in limitless joy. Boom. I like that. Beautiful, beautiful card. Oh, the butterflies. And then for your healing spirit one, listen to the voice within when it persists. That beautiful card as well. That is card number 39. Says your inner self is what connects you to the higher guardian spirits of the universe, who will use it to attract your attention when they have a message for you. A guardian spirit is speaking to the inner you now, and you know the message is coming from a higher source because you're being moved by the words and feelings they bring. The guardian spirit wants you to take notice. This is your time to wake up and follow the path of light. You know this is true, as this inner voice is stronger than any voice you have heard in this world. Trust it right now. I like that. Beautiful, beautiful. So wonderful messages, Chels. And thank you again for your donation. And I do have your free reading request as well. So we'll eventually get to that at some point. So many blessings. I like that. So hopefully that helps. I'm going to take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers. But done to work. Hey. Well, it all sounds like it's about pulling teeth. But bunch. All right. So let me see here. I've got those. Let me just catch up real quick on the chat and we'll get back into readings here. Let's see. I did get down here. I got Ruby. Yeah. So we got Val. Thank you, Val, for your donation. We will get you on the list here. So I didn't put that here. Whoops. All right. And that was for a general. I'll just type that. All right. Whoops. Sorry. There we go. And we got Minu in the house. Hey, Minu. Good to see you. Get you on the free list here. right. Okay, very good. And very good. And then, oops, let me give that 11 a like there. Footwork. And then Debbie O, hello, hello. I see I got your email. So we'll take a look at that when we get to yours. We'll give that 11 a like. And Crystal Ray, hey, Crystal, good to see you. Yes, I sure did. About Corey, right? So I do have that one. So, and I'll give an update on the list real quick here before I jump back into the arenas, just so the new people know where we're at on the donations. And we got so we Bobby, hello, hello, good to see you. We'll get you onto that free list as well. Hello, hello. Did I get your free question? Yeah, and then whatever, and then yeah, because I remember because I was like, whatever spirit wants me to know. Yeah, so I did have that one. Too funny. All right. So for donations, where we're at, we have Sean G up next, and then 2 for Sudeshna, and then Lauren Smith, and then Sean G, and then to Crystal, and then back to Sean G, and then to Marissa, and then to Ruby, and then to Val Footwork, and then Debbie O. You're up after that. All right. So that's where we're at currently. So I'm gonna take another sip here. I'm thirsty tonight. All right. So Sean G, number one for you is 4659. So there is your timestamp. So you wanted to know if you send the email to Kay about the artwork, how I'm thinking of sending it along with a watercolor of one character. Will he like the art and close the deal before the end of the week? All right. So based on current energies, if you proceed the way that you're anticipating there, will they close the deal this week? Bottom of the deck, we do have the 4 of Wands. We got the otters. Oh, don't you just love otters? So that's a positive energy. It is a joyful celebration energy. So let's see what else we got here too. Yeah, and you got the 2 of water too. It's kind of like this partnership energy that comes in here. So yeah, even underneath the 4 of water, you have the 2 of earth. I just love the cat. So you got the two energy that's all in here. And let's see what these other 4 cards are here. Yeah, we got this death and this rebirth with release with the peacock here. You also have the 10 of water, the 10 of cups, joy, celebration. Again, relationship energy that comes in here. You got the 7 of water, the 7 of cups, and the 8 of air, the 8 of swords. So I feel like that you sending it that way, I feel like opens up a conversation here. I do feel like it does kind of at least have that they want that's because there's this power of choice energy too that comes in with all this. It feels very positive with all these cards. But it could be that they're like, what, they might reply back and say, what are your thoughts on blah blah blah? So I feel like it kind of goes back and forth at least once, maybe twice, where they're just kind of like, I love this and this. Would we be able to do this? And you're like, yeah, I can if I can do this. And then you're like, okay, if you do that, can you do this? And then I feel like it seals the deal. But I feel like the sooner you send it, the better. So you have some time to go back and forth on that one. Right. So it looks positive. Let's see what the Healing Spirits Oracle is for that one. This one here. And you've got the first step is taken. You have asked for help. I love it. Look at, and then all this world of possibilities and the universe. All you have to do is ask the universe for guidance too. It is the number 1 card, which is the new beginning. So again, another great card to get. Says so many people don't know how to ask for help or have never even considered asking healing spirits for assistance when they're feeling low. But it is the easiest thing to do. Simply say, "Please, Spirit, will you help me?" Easy breezy, right? Spirit healers and helpers will soon be in your energy and working to lift you up again. Take a moment each day to feel their healing energy in your life and allow yourself to be balanced and regenerated by their healing balm. It is also important that you learn to give thanks when you do this practice. If you ask from the heart, it shall be given. I like it. So it looks positive there. So hopefully that helps, Sean. That's for your first one. So many blessings. All right. And then we're circling back around for Sudeshna's number 2, which is at 51 even. So Sudeshna, here is your number 2 question. And, will you be able to handle the technical stuff in your project? You're a junior resource and don't have much experience. What will happen? All right. So based on current energies, will you be able to handle the technical stuff with that particular area? And what will happen here? All right. Yeah, you got on the bottom of the deck, you got the Sun card, which is one of the biggest victory cards that comes in here. You got the Bluebird of Happiness down here. So it's looking good here. Will you be able to handle the technical stuff? Yeah. I feel like with the King of Water, if you calm your nerves, calm down, right? The King of Water, very calm, emotional waters, balance your head and your heart. And the Eight of Earth, Eight of Pentacles, is about putting in, the blood, the sweat, the tears, do the work, and you'll be fine. And that's what you always do. You're not afraid of doing the work. You're a very hard worker. So, trust that if you don't know something, you'll find out the answer. That's how you are. You'll know who to go to instinctively, and you'll ask someone. If they don't know, they'll refer you somewhere. But it's you're growing, so don't feel like you're just supposed to pick it up from the spirit world and just know stuff that it's like if someone grabbed you and brought you into a hospital surgical unit and said, "Here, we need to do an open heart transplant. Ready? Go." Th We wouldn't expect you to be able to do that. If you haven't been trained, you don't have the knowledge yet, you don't usually just know it. So I feel like you will do the work and you'll be fine with the technical. And then what will happen based on all this too? So you've got the Empress, yeah, so you got abundance, energy, creativity energy that comes in there. Got the 4 of fire, the 4 of wands, which can be, it's a victory energy that comes in with that. You have the 7 of fire, the 7 of wands, which the salamander protects you from the fire, and this is about standing tall, not dimming your light, not asking permission to shine, but just being you. So if you are you and you will stand out in what you do there. Yeah, and the 6 of earth again, 6 of pentacles energy. We talked about that, I believe, in your first one. So if you haven't checked out um, that podcast number 14, abundance where it be, they seem to be bringing that back up as you have so much possibilities. It's just you have to get in tune with that inner child who feels you don't deserve things and abundance and things to come into your life, and let them know, or that you have to do so much to deserve little. And I feel like that's coming in to kind of point you there, because once you open that up, you just open the floodgates. All this abundance of things comes in too. But you do have a victory energy around this situation, but the how big of a victory and the movement of things has to do with your inner child. So let's see here. For this one, you got courage arrives when you step over fear. Ooh, I like that. Beautiful card too, which is number 35. Let's see what your fortune cookie for this one is. There's a fine line between cowardice and courage, and one step backwards or forwards can make a huge difference. The ascended masters in the higher spirit realms were courageous in their earthly lives and they stood up for what they believed, no matter the consequences. When you truly believe in a cause, it's right to fight for it. And the real fight can never be lost or won, it can only be experienced. Ooh, I love that. The real fight can never be lost or won, it can only be experienced. To fight for what is right is its own victory. You know inside that this is not a struggle, but another lesson, one that will allow you to experience another aspect of your nature. So walk tall and move forward. I love that. How perfect for your question. All right. So that was for number two. I'm going to number three here in a moment. Just want to say a little shout out to brother Tim. Hey, good to see you. Oh, I love that. On the sidelines coaching till I get back in the game, spirit willing. Boom, boom, boom. So, which way you're pointed when the shooting starts makes a choice between cowardice and courage. Oh, yep, absolutely. Great. Right. I don't think there was a question in there. You were just sharing your support, right, Tim? If I missed a question in that, let me know. All right. So, Sudeshna, for number three, thank you again for your multiple donations. Here's your timestamp. All right, perfect. So let's take a look here. So, in the last 3 to 4 days, you've applied to more job openings in different companies for different positions for a job switch. Will you get any positive responses? All right, let's take a look here. Support. Being a spiritual supporter is probably better than being an athletic supporter, right, Tim? But a bum. All right, let's take a look here, Sudeshna. So, are you going to have any positive responses? And then, if so, we'll look at a when card. Why is this delay happening? Spirit messages on the situation. Feeling very stressed. You're like, for sure. All right. All right. So, the when card we have is actually the strength card, which is all about we're just talking about strength and courage, right? But it's the ruled by the sun in Leo energy. July 23rd to August 22nd is what's coming in here. Are you going to have positive responses on your current ones here? Um, these kind of feel stagnant. I mean, you've got the 4 of Cups is kind of like, the turtle, things taking its good old time to unfold, and the Awakening is the, Hanged Man, which is pause energy, and, yeah, we're gonna find out, why is this happening? Why is this delay happening, right? And I do feel here, when we're looking at the bottom of the deck, we do have the Page of Fire and then the 5 of Fire. So the 5 of Fire is about changing the energy and where we're at. And you you know, kind of answer the question with your statement, feeling very stressed. So when I'm feeling very stressed, does that mean I'm in gratitude or does that mean I'm in fear? That's the answer, fear. It means we're in fear. And when the reason I'm in fear is because I'm feeling like something should already be here and it hasn't happened. And that's when I'm feeling lack, when I'm feeling something is behind, then when I'm focusing in on that, my energy is there, then it actually pushes things further away because my energy isn't saying I'm wanting jobs, it's I'm wanting stress. I'm wanting lack because I'm focusing in on the lack of. When I focus in on what I'm grateful for in the job that I'm in and the jobs that I have been in, and I'm, instead of trying to control it, I'm handing it over, then that draws in things rather than pushes it away, right? Let's see these 3 cards here, what they also are saying here. Yeah, 10 of fire, 10 of wands, a change of energy, something that feels like a burden right? Burden, that's what it feels like, right? Instead of and all our energy is being focused on the burden of the stress and the fear and all of that stuff. When we change our energy, that will draw things in, right? Yeah. And you have the ego. We have the devil card, which is caught up in the mind of the supposed to be, the should be, the need to be, the have to be. And that makes sense. When we're feeling lack, then that means we're in the mind with expectations. That's why we feel behind. That's why we experience lack, because the only place that we experience less than is in the stories. Our heart has no expectations. It always is experiencing anything that comes in is above and beyond extra because it has no expectations. But the mind has, and so everything in between, everything that's not happening is what we end up focusing on. And then we get a lot more of not happening. Why am I not getting jobs? Well, oh, you like not getting jobs? I'll give you more of not getting jobs. When we're having gratitude about the jobs that we have and have had, then they can come in, right? Yep, and so you do have the Page of Pentacles, which is about opportunities in the future, a little cat with a tiara. So there is possibilities of that coming in. Right now, you're looking at July 23rd to August, which is only 2 months away. I know it still feels like a long time, but that's it's not gonna take much change of energy to bring these things in sooner, uh, to you if you make those energetic changes. So, I feel like that is what they want you to know. And again, that, abundance where it be episode of my podcast, talks about energy and the 6 of Pentacles. So those 2 things, they give you some hints and things on how you can make it an easier path. So if you haven't checked that out, if you have, um, maybe check it out again because I feel like they keep referring you back to that. Your fortune cookie for this one, heal the past and fix tomorrow. So that's what that 6 of Pentacles is about, and the inner child that feels like there's so, that you have to do so much to and you get so little back, right? It says, "It is never helpful to carry painful memories through your entire life. So, spirit healers and helpers are guiding you to the moment when it will be right for you to sit in the quiet of your own mind and invite them to help you. You must use this connection to conquer your past hurts and go forward and reach your full potential. The spirit healers and helpers will let you know when the moment is right to cut the ties to the past and let go and grow." Yeah, this is what this is all about, right? So hopefully that helps a little bit, Sudeshna. Thank you again for your multiple donations. Very grateful. All right, and then we have Rahul. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Get you on the free list here as well. All right. And if anyone's wondering what podcast I'm talking about, if you can relate to any of that, here it is here. That's the link. All right, let me take a quick sip and we'll jump back in. So cheers, cheers, everybody. All right. So Lauren Smith, you're up 10409. It's for your first one here. How often does FP think about me? An amazing thing is that humans think so we think everyone is always thinking about us, right? And wonder what we're doing and if we're doing the right things and da 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 da. But everyone is usually thinking about themselves as humans and wondering what they're doing, what other people are thinking of them, and what's this next thing, and da 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 da. We're all consumed with our own selves and our lives that we seldom, when we're thinking about other people, we're thinking about what they're thinking about us, right? Right? Mirrors. It's yeah, and that's a great point too, Chels, about um what other people are thinking about us is always through these glasses of their own experiences. And so they don't see us clearly. So when they think about us, they're not thinking about us clearly or feeling about us clearly because they're looking and feeling, thinking through all these filters of their life that has, grown up. But so let's see here. Bottom of the deck, we do have the five of wands, which is a little bit of you know, conflict energy. So the underline here with the five of wands does talk about like stepping stone kind of energy where, kind of what we've been talking about right now, which is we have conflict to grow because that's how we grow. We don't, there's no, I love Humble the poet. I have to give him credit for it because I read it in his book, one of his books that says, there's no growth in our comfort zone, but there's no comfort in our growth zone, and we wanna grow, and so to grow, we have conflict. So I feel like a lot of what he thinks about is the conflicts you had because that's where his growth is at. The things where he feel he failed or they failed um, and then they have to blame other people if they feel, I can't fail because then I'm either, I feel like they live in kind of a black and white world where they either feel like I'm a hero and successful, or it's either an A plus or a F, or, 100% or zero. There's nothing in between. So I kind of feel like they're in that kind of zone. But let's see here. How often do they think about you? Here's that five energy again. This is the Hierophant, the master of change, the master of the stepping stones. And what I mean by a stepping stone is people, interactions we have with other humans that we grow through as a stepping stone to get to the other side of the river where our destination is. They're not our destination, they're just a step toward it. So I feel like it's important to know that because then maybe we won't wonder how often they think about us if we feel like they're, because I feel like there's a lot of conflict in this interactions between the two of you, maybe. We'll see what else we have here. Yep, 7 of Wands. There's 3 cards. That's, in the 3 of Fire, the 3 of Wands, and the Queen of Fire. Alright. Wow. A lot of passion, a lot of fire, a lot of, which can be, you know, fun passion, but it can also be so I feel like it's either this heated passion and interactions with each other, or it's heated in a argument, fight way, right? And then there's the making up, which is hot and fiery, and then there's arguing and stuff again. It just feels here because the 7 of Fire, 7 of Wands feels like a lot of what goes on in their mind is they don't wanna feel this restriction, they don't wanna feel trapped, they wanna be able to be themselves and not ask permission to shine, not dim their light, not defend themselves, but just shine bright. That 3 of Wands, 3 of Fire energy is about a change of, a direction from what they thought they were gonna do and head. And let's see these last 2. Yeah. Yep. So, got the Cuckoo and the 5 of Air, the 5 of Swords. So, here's another 5. A lot of conflict energy here, and, um, the Cuckoo says, "Important changes are coming into your life that will require you to take action. Don't hesitate to move in new directions you know are right for you." This is the Tower card in I was trying to remember, I'm like, it follows the devil, so that number 16 is the Tower. Oh, yeah, they're on a tower. Duh. So, I do feel like there's a lot of change. Again, we were talking about all this change happening here. So, I feel like they more often it feels like they think about themselves, as we had alluded to in the beginning, and they are more so wanting to be free and not have expectations on them or feel caged. It's kind of like that a lion that wants to roam free on the range. And that I feel like that's where a lot of the conflict is. They don't know how to like share from the heart, but they share through passion and emotion, not emotion, but motion, not emotion. So, oh, I know. What did you learn through your interactions with them, this stepping stone, right? Because that's what this is about, right? What did we learn through that interaction? Because you don't know what they learned, or if they learned, you know, they got information looking in the mirror, but will they reflect? And you got information looking into this mirror of who they are. And when you reflect, because I know you will, when you reflect, what did you learn about yourself? What gift was in the interaction for you? But I don't feel like it's going to revamp or come back around or that they're going to take a lot of action. I feel like they're more withdrawing if they haven't completely already. Yep. And it's like, here you got this is the perfect time. Look at all that fire again. Zap, 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 zap. Card number 43. This is the perfect time. Life is a series of ups and downs until something pulls you to a point where you know that it is changing and expanding. It is a special moment when things are falling into place and the stars are in complete alignment. Now is that moment for you. It's a time for reflection or consideration, but for being bold, I'm sorry, it isn't a time for reflection or consideration, but for being bold and walking forward and accepting your destiny. You have arrived at the right place at the right time to shine. Special moments are rare in any life, so never let one pass you by. Grab it with both hands. So I like it. Take action on what you feel you're being drawn to. Even though it said it's not a time for reflection, I feel like it's important to reflect on what you've learned. But with all this fire energy, I do feel like it is time for you to not look backwards. And I feel like that's what they're saying more with the reflection is don't turn back and go, what if, what if, what if, go, you know what? Look at things for how they are and then take action and move forward, right? So I feel like that's what they have for you, Lauren. Hopefully that helps. That's what they have for your reading there. So thank you again for your donation. All right. And then Sean G, we are up for number 2 for you. So here we go. Thank you again for your multiple donations via Zcash app. And for this one, you want to know when you call the number tomorrow about back rent, will they be able to help you? All right. So based on current energies, will they be able to help? 10 of those. Yeah, we've got the 4 of water, 4 of cups with the tortoise. Your responsibilities may distract you from noticing all the gifts that you have been blessed with. Be open to investigating opportunities that come your way. I like that. Might take a little bit of time with that tortoise kind of energy underneath, but let's take a look here and see what else we've got here. And you got the 5 of water, the 5 of cups with the queen of air, the queen of swords. So it's a balance between the head and the heart. I feel like it's important when they I feel like they're gonna give you some information. You have 3 other cards here, but I feel like with this, I feel like you're gonna get some information about, well, da 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 da. I feel like the person you speak with isn't very hopeful, isn't very helpful, but, I feel like if you balance your head and your heart, I feel like the person's just having a bad day. And so they're not hopeful about their own life, so they're not able to be hopeful towards you. So if you can balance yourself and be there, I almost feel like if you can be, I know life can be so hard sometimes. And, if you can kind of sit in that with them, I feel like it changes. You help change their little emotional energy by being this, you know, making a choice of pushing out unconditional love energy, compassion toward the person instead of, there being a little, if you back, you're not going to get anywhere. But if you greet it with, throw it some catnip, it'll calm them down and then they become more helpful. I like that. Yeah. Speaking of, yeah, because we got the devil card, we got the ego there. So I feel like that person is in a little bit of a feisty mood. Yeah, and you got the Fool card along with the Page of Fire. So I feel like it's a lot to do with your energy and releasing expectations. Use your energy for possibilities and kind of, go into it with, all right, if I get a hold of someone who's being cranky, I'm gonna go in with higher vibrational love energy, and I'm gonna know that they're acting out of fear and something's going on in their life, and they're kind of being, in a way, bullied at home, and so they kind of feel like they need to be in control, and if you allow them to feel in control and give them loving energy, that'll make it easier for them to choose to not be in that lower vibrational energy, but you help it make it easier for them to have this higher vibration, which opens up opportunities where if you go in and match their energy with their energy, very little possibilities. So with this Page of Fire, I feel like, you know, again, possibilities are there, but it definitely has to do with the energy going into it. Gratitude, hope, trust, knowing that it's not humans that give us what we need, but creator, spirit, right? They're our source. They can bring it through other people, but when we're a beacon of love, that can make it come easier. So it looks positive. Just again, it's all about our energy, right? Was that like your first reading? I feel like I just said that a minute ago. Maybe it was someone else's, but we'll see. Okay, that's for your last one, which I'll put over here. And for this one, you got one spirit guide, one way. I like it. Let's see what this says here. Number 21. Clear your mind of all conflicting knowledge and trust the path you have chosen, and soon you will be moving towards more spiritual practices. This is the time for you to trust your spirit guide to get you to the next level of your life. You have put in a lot of hard work already, but once you have turned the next corner, your path will open up and your way will be clear. Trust your spirit guide right now. That's the whole thing, right? We can trust them that they're the ones that bring us our abundance. It's not humans. They can be the deliverer company that it comes through, but um, it's them that supplies our every need, right? So I like that for you. Hopefully that helps, Sean. We'll circle back around after Crystal's here in a moment for your third one. All right. Let me grab this real quick here. I don't think anyone else has come in. Let me just check my emails real quick too. All right. So we got Crystal Ray. You are up 118.55. So, Crystal, thank you for your donation via the PayPal. And you wanted to know what are Corey's thoughts of you? You've avoided talking to him. Oh, nice. Let's take a look here. Don't want those. I do want these and these. So, what are Corey's thoughts? Wow, I put this card back in. It must be a Four of Cups kind of energy today because Four of Cups is stagnant energy and is the tortoise. It's also the slow emotional energy. That's what stagnant water is. It's very slow moving where maybe there's no emotional movement coming in there. So it feels like emotionally it's kind of just um flatlined a bit there. But let's see here, because we're talking about their head, not their heart. But we've got the King of Waters. There's this balance between head and heart with this here. And and that's interesting because I'm not getting all the other energy I normally get, regarding it. I feel like this is more just their state of presence that they're like they can take it or leave it kind of energy. They're not, I feel like they're not motivated by rejection. So like when I'm avoiding talking to them, they see it as who is this? Their mom used to manipulate them by rejecting them and giving them the cold shoulder as a child. Like, you know, instead of punishing them, like spanking them, whatever, they would just become emotionally absent from them. And so they learned that I can't let myself be affected when people, pull back or whatever. Also explains a lot of why they were doing what they were doing too. Um, because, they feel like they can't depend upon, if that's the kind of relationship that they had with a major female in their lives, that that's what they kind of assume every relationship is with, you know, that gender because that's the way they experienced it as a child, right? So I don't feel like they're impacted by the avoidance of talking, is what I'm getting with that king. And then you have 3 and 3. Let's see what they're seeing here. Yep, they've got the magician. This is their divine masculine side. Got the page of air. Feel like they were trying to seek clarity here. And we've also got the queen of water, the queen of cups that's coming in here. So, and I feel like they kind of see, their mom, I feel like the queen of water, the queen of cups, I feel like they were a deeply emotional individual where they were probably like bipolar. Did we talk about this already? This seems familiar, but I feel like they were bipolar where they never knew. Sometimes they were up, sometimes they were down, and I feel like they wanted to get clarity on where you're coming from, but I feel like they just assume, "Oh, this is one of those things where you're in that, um, emotional phase, even of your cycle," which is such a man thing, but they're like, "Oh, you must be in that emotional time right now, and that's why you're doing that," because they had so much instability with their mom. They just assume it's like cats, they're bringing in cats where you can be petting the cat, they can be purring, you touch them the wrong way, suddenly they've turned your entire arm into a scratching post and biting you, right? And I feel like that's how they look at women, is that they're unpredictable and at a spur of the moment they can and then you're like, "Okay, I must have hit the crazy button," is what I feel like they kind of look at things. Yeah, and we got the moon energy here. Here's that mother moon energy, a lot of that emotional energy with mother moon. We got the 8 of earth, 8 of pentacles, and we got the death and rebirth energy, the release energy. Yeah, I feel like you know, their thoughts are, "This is too much work. I just need to let this go." Like, I tried. I feel like they tried, and then with you avoiding talking to them, they're, like, getting that cold shoulder energy that they got from their mom, and they're like, "This is too much work." And but then sometimes I feel like they're like, "Well, maybe," and then I feel like they text or whatever, and then no response or no call, they go to your voicemail, whatever, and then they're like, "Okay, I should just let this go because I feel like that's, um, you know, they just don't wanna feel manipulated like their mom was trying to manipulate them through rejection, um and they don't see it as, "Oh," well, they were trying to find out, do you think I not, "Did I do something wrong?" or, "Do you think I did something wrong?" There's a difference in that. You know, "Oh, what do you think I did wrong?" Not, "Oh, I must have done something wrong." They're just like, What what got triggered in the crazy button?" You know, because they don't have that high self-esteem where they, are in a place where they'll look at and go, "Oh, what self-reflection do I need to do on this?" They're just more like, "What's wrong with you?" kind of energy, you know? And you're like, "Oh, wow," right? So let's take a look here, see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. Or this one here. Drop all the cards here. Okay. Yeah, it's time to move forward. That's kind of that energy for both of you here. Got the 5, it's a stepping stone energy. Card number 5. What did you want to learn through this? It's not about going backward, it's about moving forward. It says, when your thoughts have been stuck on the same thing for too long, it's time to move on to other things. No matter how dark and heavy the clouds of emotion that have built up in your mind, remember that above them is a light waiting to shine through. It is time to direct your thoughts to the power of the spirit healers and helpers who are ready to help you, and ask to be shown a way out of despair. Ask this once a day until you feel the weight of the emotions lifting and the healing light raising your mind to better things again. Truly beautiful spirit healers are as close to you as your own thoughts right now. Oh, I love that. You're not alone. We never are. All right. So hopefully that helps, Crystal. That's what we have for you right now. So many blessings. Let me see here. Just get a couple more in here. Hey, Blueberry. Good to see you. I love it. And we got you on the free list here. And then we also have Addie. I think Addie KTD. Good to see you as well. We'll get you on the free reading list here. And then also Celine. Hello, hello. Good to see you. We'll get you on the free reading list here. All right. So let me just take another quick sip here. And we got Sean G, and then Marissa, and then Ruby, and then Footwork, and then Debbie O is where we're at for donations. So cheers, cheers, everybody. All righty. So Sean, number 3, 127.51. There we are. Were you bugging? Like, was I bugging today with a lady at the office, or was she giving me confusing information? I felt like she was aggravated and catching an attitude with me, but I don't know if I was projecting. Oh, that's funny because that's for your phone call tomorrow too, right? Oh, okay. Thank you, addicted. And then I wasn't being rude. I honestly didn't understand. I felt like she was giving me conflicting information. Okay, let's take a look here. Thank you. So what was happening today? Were you bugging? that's the question. Were you bugging? No, I don't think you were, because you got the page of air, the page of swords, which is about seeking clarity, being truly, it says like being curious, and you thought you were just asking questions. Um, but let's see what was going on here in the interaction. Yep, I feel like here, if the high priestess energy coming in with the page of earth, I feel like the person was very empathic, like they were picking up on emotions, which this can be, you may not have been intending to put forward energy of frustration, but I feel like they thought you were being frustrated with them, not frustrated with the situation. So I feel like they were very sensitive to your emotions and the emotional energy you were putting out. The page of earth is about, a grounding energy. Um, and there is something about another opportunity, maybe that's tomorrow, learning since your previous reading was all about, someone having a bad day and doing that. I feel like you can go into tomorrow's a little different than you did today's, aware of your energy, and that could be the night and day difference, which maybe tomorrow's might be even a more of important phone call than the one today, maybe, right? Let's take a look though. You got the 3 of earth and the 3 of air. Yeah, so we've got the 3 of earth is all about being true to oneself, and the 3 of swords, of course, is about expectations and disappointment kind of energy, right? So there is this, realizing that, not everyone is like us, and we don't know what kind of day other people have had, going in, and that it's okay for people to be themselves, and they're going to express themselves, and whatever bubbles up within us, it's always for us. So we always learn through any situation where we were like, okay, what was going on? You know, whatever was bubbling up within you definitely is for you, and whatever was bubbling up within them is definitely for them. You can't control of that, right? All you can control is being true to your authentic self, not trying to be. And when we get caught up into our expectations, right? And we're like, people should be helpful, people should do this, people should do that, they need to do this and this. Then we have this high bar. And when we experience less, we focus in on how they're not being, and we think they're being rude in a way, right? And not helpful and defensive and whatever, whatever else that they, bring in. Um, but I like this um, allowing them, going with no expectations and then just with gratitude, really, really helps. And I know being a New Yorker, that might be not the norm. Out here in the Midwest, that's the way it is. I say that because, here in Colorado, the companies I worked for had corporate offices back in the East, and in the beginning, there was always friction between, we were like, "Why are they so rude?" And there everyone's like, "Why are they so, emotional?" Because we're different culture, East Coast versus Midwest. And, and you realize, oh, when you go in with just an open heart and, "Hey, wonder if you can help me. I'm so grateful for your assistance, and, how's your day going?" And they're like, "How can I help?" And you're like, "Okay, yeah, thank you. Well, thank you for your time," because sometimes we get people that are in a bad mood and don't wanna have all this stuff. They just, "I'm here to work. Come on, give me your stuff," right? So very interesting, going in there. Yeah, you have the 2 of fire, 2 of wands, and the 4 of earth. Yeah, how we define our worth. Squirrel. 2 of fire does show the 2 different sides of, energetic focus. But that everyone sees everything from 2 different sides too, because we don't see the world as it is, we see the world as we are. So, when we think, "Oh, they're experiencing the moment the same as we are," they're not. They're experiencing it through their lifetime of conditioning and experiences, what energy they're in, what energy's around in their environment, and, so there is this, you know, awareness that they had a completely different viewpoint and perception of the conversation than you did, but it's for you. What you experienced is for you. So I don't feel like you were tripping or bugging. Um, I feel like the energy that, was being experienced was independent of each other, but your experience of it is going to be uniquely within yourself. So I feel like instead of looking at it as, was I right or wrong, just, be aware that I have no idea what they were seeing or feeling or experiencing. All I know is what I was. And whatever pops up within me. I sometimes I talk about when I worked for this company for 20 years, and some of my tenure there was actually being on phones, talking to customers and things, and I learned so much through talking to 100 plus people a day on the phone where, I'd be like, "Why is everybody being so ornery today? Why is everyone so negative? Oh my god, I can't believe it," and da da da, and I'm like, "Oh." I had to go take a break, and I'd reflect and go, "It's because 'cause I'm in a bad mood." You know, when I went back and I chose to be grateful and I'm like, "I'm just gonna." And then the rest of the day, it's like I like, who changed the skill on my phone to all the rude people? Well, when I stopped being rude to myself and others and my own thoughts, then suddenly I had all the happy people because I was choosing to be happy. So the power of choice is an amazing thing, and I feel like that's what they're bringing with that 2 of Wands too. So hopefully that helps. Your fortune cookie is be like your spirit guide. Look at that. Look at that beautiful fly like an eagle, right? Number 16. Let's see what that says here. This world can be full of judgment and jealousy, and it is easy to get dragged into problems that are not your own. So there you go. Remember that you have a true friend in the spirit world who only wants the best for you and who will guide you away from such negativities if you allow them to do so. When you are between a rock and a hard place, do what your guide would do and lead by example. I love it. Your guide is showing you that you can rise above petty things and bring more spiritual action to the situation. You are bigger than this. I love that. So, isn't that amazing how it just fits right with what we were talking about? All right. So that's what they have for you, Sean. Number 3, thank you again for your multiple donations. I'm very grateful. All right. Let me do a couple more shout outs here. Hello, hello, JV1234. Good to see you. I do see your donation. We'll get you on the list here. And JoJo's awake. Are you also addicted to Ellison? Is that Ellison? You want to change your question. All right. You can just put out your new question and I will overwrite it. All right. So good morning or in the middle of the night for you. Right. Cheers, cheers, everybody. All right. So I think this one is this one here. All right. So up next we have Marissa and then Ruby and then Footwork Val and then Debbie O and then JV. You'll be up after that. All right. So Marissa 13817. Thank you so much for your donation via the PayPal. And I got your question over here is what's coming towards you in June? All right, let's shuffle these up. Amplify this energy here. All right. So what is coming towards you in June based on your current energies? I do want this one and I do want this one. All right. Wow, you have the 8 of fire. Look at the bees. This is busy bee, it looks like. So June is going to be a busy month for you. A lot of energy with the 8 of wands, a lot of fast moving energy. So it feels like a lot of change. Well, we'll see if it's change. Just I feel like a lot of activity. It feels like that's the underlying energy. So it feels like June flies by. I can't believe it's almost the end of May. We're almost to the middle of 2026 already. Fly by. Let's see here. What else do they want you to know here? Yeah, we got the King of Fire, the Ace of Water. I do feel like you really zero your energy in here with the King of Fire into something that brings you joy, something that makes your heart sing. And I feel like you are, you know, kind of clearing, trying to declutter a lot of mindsets and people and opinions and blah, 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 to so that you can center in and find out what is it that I want to do, where I don't feel like I'm existing, where I feel like I'm living. And I feel like you're getting in tune in your heart, and getting in tune in June with your heart, around that, because that's what the King of Wands does. He clears the throne room to get all the noise out, get out of their head, close their eyes, open their heart, then they make a plan, and then they take action behind the plan. So, do you feel like you gain a lot of clarity around that and really get in tune with your heart and you take action, or at least you're creating a plan? Okay, and then you take action. Got the Chariot, which is again very choice energy because it is the power of choice. You know, you have the two horses, you have the choices of your mind, the choices of your heart, the choices of your physical action, the choices of your focal focus, manifestation energy that comes in with it. But they do roll over all four horses, all four knights, which is all the knights are action, going from the slowest knight of the pentacles through the mind and the knight of swords and the knight of cups are faster moving than but then the horse on fire, which is what we're in this year too with the Chinese zodiac, right? The year of the fire horse. A lot of action being pushed behind of I got to do something. I feel like you're at that point where you're just like you're this feeling of it's not really urgency, but it kind of feels like urgency. I'm just tired of it and it's outweighing your fears. So I feel like June is a month where you really, this is what I want to do. I'm going to take action. Let's go. Underneath that, you do have the King of Air and the King of Water. Wow. Three kings that you have so far. You got the King of Fire to start off with. So this is the balancing of the head and the heart. And the King of Air, too, they're the ruler, the master over all the air and the power of story. So I do feel like you're changing, like you're really balancing. You're finding something that both your head and your heart are wanting. It's more so like what your heart wants to do and your mind will support it, and you can find a way to support it. And I like this. And the power of the story is I'm changing it that I'm, from the lower small t truths of the mind rooted in fear, all those opinions we had growing up, to seeing things from a higher perspective and aligning with my heart. So I feel like that's a lot of that. And then we also have the nine of fire. Yeah, something that felt like a block before with the nine of wands starts turning with the wheel of fortune. So there's that progression from the nine of wands to this wheel of fortune. And you also have the tower, which they call life experience cuckoo, which is something. And I feel like with the combination of these three cards coming out together, June is a month where not where something is being removed out of your life to make space for something that's in alignment, more in alignment with your energy, but this is you creating the space, you manning the lightning bolt machine and blasting towers out of your life so that you can have space to do and go and head in the direction that makes your heart feel full and not just trying to live and exist with the mind's expectations on the story. So feels like a big aha month. And then I do feel like you have action energy that you take in with all of that too. So I like that for you. Let's see what else you have here for your fortune cookie. You've got success isn't what you have, it's what you do with what you have. I like it. It's like a spark. Something growing out there. Card number 28. Let's see what this brings in here for you. Your life is about to move in new directions. Well, I think we were just talking about that, right? But don't be in a hurry to conquer everything in a short space of time. Spirit sages teach that success is to be enjoyed and understood. Therefore, it must be allowed to open slowly, like a flower whose blossom is enjoyed for much longer when it opens naturally and with the right elements. when it follows nature. Enjoy each step of your journey to your full potential and don't just look for the outcomes. The process is often the greater lesson. Ooh, I like that. So that's what they have for you, Marissa. So many blessings to you. I got that one there for you. Oh, JB, I didn't get that 11 alike. Let me have it here. All right. Absolutely, JoJo. I will swap that out. All right. Let me find you on the free list here. Oh, there you are up here. All right. I have updated that. Hey, addicted. So the whole process, all the readings is down in the description area if you want to kind of catch up on things. If you're wanting to make a donation to be prioritized. Um, Free readings are first come, first serve, and this is good for everyone to know. Anyone new that's come in. Um, so free readings are first come, first serve, but donations do get priority. I do honor that, and we dive deeper into those. I'm still in finishing and in donations right now. And then once I finish donations, then I move on to free readings. And for free readings, it's still first come, first serve. Let's see, 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's see, here's 10. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. So I got 24 people on the free list right now, and you're number 23 right now. So we won't be to you for a while. But I also, at the end of each session, I do post a pinned comment listing all the readings completed with timestamps. So if you want to, if you want to hang out and listen to other people's readings, I always invite that. We learn so much from each other. But if you need to go do stuff, you can go do stuff and then you can check back later or after the session is ended, you can just look for that pinned comment, look for your name, click on it, it takes you right to your reading too. So hopefully that helps. And right, so up next we'll have Ruby will be up for a donation, and then after that Val, and then Debbie O, and then JV. So that is where we're hanging out. So let me take a quick sip. We'll dive back in. Cheers, cheers. All right. So Ruby 147. 56 is your timestamp. There we go. And of course, thank you for your donation. So why do you keep dreaming your teeth are falling out? All right. Hey. So let's take a look here. So so you've got 5 separate questions here, right? Let me separate these out. Like Jonathan say, "You're very welcome, Crystal." All right. Why do you keep dreaming your teeth are falling out? Let's see here. So you've got the Ace of Air and the Knight of Fire. So, you know, Ace of Swords is about seeking clarity. The Knight of Fire here, Knight of Wands is about active movement energy. What I'm picking up with this here, there's it's like a fear of being out of control. Like there's something changing. It seems like there's movement of something that you feel like you can't control, this movement, this change, whatever this fiery kind of energy that's coming in. And the reason why you're dreaming of your teeth falling out is that's your way of um your consciousness, your um uh your soul to tell you that um where we feel like something, and it can be like something that's being, um something that you feel you're losing that's important. That's why you're feeling out of control around something, right? Right, and this is dreaming, right? Yeah, dreaming. So it is that this feeling of like something is falling away, something is, leaving, and I feel out of control. And that's the way your spirit is trying to get a whole, get your human to remember that, because that's something like, oh my God, it's like, oh, I don't want to lose my teeth. But it's like, what are we fearing that we're losing, that we think we shouldn't lose? So there's a fear that's bubbling to the surface, and that's the way it's being expressed in your dream. So you can ponder that and kind of see where that is there for you there. But I feel like that's the root of it there. Yeah, even on the bottom you have the 5 of swords, so there's some sort of conflict between what your mind thinks should be happening and what is happening, but that's what's bringing that in. So, I feel like if you sit and sit with yourself and go, "What am I fearing I'm losing right now?" That feel where I feel I'm out of control. That might give you some clarity around that one, okay? Right, and then for number 2, you've been walking better than ever. Is something healing you? Alright, let's take a look here for that. Alright. Do you have the 4 of air? Oh, and the lovers. I like this. Feel like, you're healing yourself here too. Just you and your control issues surfacing. I like it. But you have the 4 of air, which is rest. It's a resting energy, the koala bear, because it's peace of mind, and the Lovers card, which is the power of your emotional choice. That's coming in here. So I feel like you've been really purposing to try to choose gratitude and higher vibration versus lower vibration energy, like especially emotional choices. Like I'm choosing to be happy. Yeah, and your underlying energy is the sun, the bluebird of happiness. So I feel like you're focusing on I'm happier. I'm not focusing on you're trying to break that the patterns, the cycles of going low vibration, and your thoughts and stories and your emotions and your energy and your where you're putting your focus. And I feel like you're making a change in that. And because of that, it's allowing your body to self heal, and it's allowing you this change kind of energy around that. So isn't it amazing? I mean, we don't realize how much our own choices, again, of our story. What stories am I putting in things? What emotions? That includes self talk, right? And what emotions I'm choosing in each moment. What energy I'm putting forward. And that kind of thing. So I like that. What else I was going to say? Oh, and because I feel like you feel like you're walking more and more in your truth, and not in feeling like you're trapped. I feel like you're also starting to walk better because you feel like you're able to be more yourself than feeling. So the movement from how we have so much fear, as we start opening up to who we really are, the fear becomes less and you're becoming more fearless, which allows you to walk physically better too. Because the trouble walking, even if there's a diagnosis and da 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 da, spiritual energy, emotional energy is, I feel like I can't walk my path. I feel like I'm restricted and I have to walk in others too. So I feel like that's what they have for number 2 there for you. And then number 3, what is X's mom's beef with you? Let's take a look here. Yep. I feel like the 10 of Earth, the 10 of Pentacles, this is the idea of what family should be, supposed to be, need to be, have to be, must be. Um, yeah, and the 9 of Pentacles, with the Queen of Air, you know, I feel like a lot of what they're kind of all up in arms about has to do with, you know, you don't represent, or you haven't, you were so this is the whole thing, right? The disappointment of you were supposed to be this, and you're not that. That's that the Queen of Air, the Queen of Swords has a lot to do with in her um places all these expectations excuse me, of supposed to be, should be, need to be, have to be, must be. And when someone doesn't live up to it, disappointed, th- she goes into fight or flight mode and attacks. Other people, we either do fight or flight, right? We either hiss and attack, hiss and run away, or sometimes we hiss and attack and then run away. That's our fight or flight mechanism. And that's why you said she's attacking you. Yeah. So, so there is that energy, that comes in with that of you know, so her beef with you has to do with her beef with herself because she feels out of control. She's trying to control everything because she has this idea of this is what a family should be, and it's not that. And if it's not matching up, then um then I can't blame myself. I got to blame everyone else. And that has to do with their own insecurities, right? Yeah. But it has to do with the whole perfect idea of what she thinks everything should be. And, um, and you're a source of, disturbance in her force. Like, from Star Wars, right? But you're not just allowing her to be in control. And so she feels out of control, and you're not the only thing. There's a bunch of other things because she's got such a high bar of perfectionism, which goes back to her childhood and her pain and her fears. That's why she's hissing and attacking. She's not doing it out of a place of love, she's doing it from a place of fear. So when you realize that this isn't about me, something has scared her, and that's why she's freaking out, right? So hopefully that helps. Right. And then for number 4, Spirit's advice on your custom EDV eviction cases and search for a lawyer. Let's take a look here. And apologies, I'm just doing little dives into all 5 of those. When we do a donation and there's a lot of different questions, I don't dive deep, deep, deep into one. I kinda skip along the surface of the 5. So hopefully that makes sense. But their advice for custody cases and search for a lawyer. I got the Two of Earth, balance, Two of Pentacles. I just love that cat. He just cracks me up. Balance, balance energy. You do have here the Judgment card. Look at the raccoons. I like this here. And then the Ace of Fire, the Ace of Wands. So, with all this, you know, the Judgment card is like feel the pull, feel the pulling and where you're being drawn, with that when there's a decision to make with the Two of Earth, like I either have this or this, that you can ask spirit for clarity, and they will pull you in a direction. Can even ask them for, usually there's 2 reasons, when I'm needing to make choices, I will either, um, not have enough information where I'm like, "Well, I don't know which one to choose." In that case, we can go, "Spirit, can you please give me information to make it a no-brainer?" And then they'll bring something to your attention. You're like, "Oh, yeah, not them, this, or not that direction, this direction." Because something will happen, you'll get information that's just like the other reason why we don't make a choice is we know which choice we wanna make, but we're afraid to make a wrong choice. And so if you know what choice you wanna make, you go for it, right? Um Another thing that you can do is flip a coin, and I know it's like, "What?" Not it helps you understand what you wanna do, because if you're like, "Okay, heads," let's say lawyers, right? Head, that lawyer, tails, that lawyer. You flip a coin and it's heads, you're like, how about best 2 out of 3?" Well, then you didn't want the heads, you wanted the tail. Or if you get tails, you're like, "Alright, that's alright." And then you knew that's the one you wanted, right? So, it helps you intuitively know which choice you wanna make with that too. The Ace of Fire, Ace of Wands also is, and it kinda goes back to one of your earlier questions here is whatever energy you're focusing on, right? We draw in. So if I'm fearful, I'm gonna draw in chaos and fearfulness and things that match that energy. When I step into gratitude and trust of the creator and I open up, then things flow. But when I'm trying to control and freaking out, or we're, in that any kind of lower vibrations, we're just growing that. So when we realize, if there's a dark wolf and a light wolf, whatever we're feeding is what grows and becomes stronger. So we stop feeding the dark wolf and we feed the light wolf as much as we can. Then things, flow that way. So hopefully that helps. Right. And then for your number 5 here, does spirit or any guides have any general message, advice, or requests? Blue moon, sing blue moon. That's their request. That's funny. Where did that come from? Blue moon. Are you taking requests? Were you a singer? All right. Yeah, I like all this because you've got the 8 of Pentacles. So they're telling you just continue to, you're in a period of transformation. Just keep doing one step at a time. Don't worry about the 5,000 steps. The 8 of Pentacles, 8 of Earth is do one thing at a time and things will unfold. But when you're trying to do the 1,000 steps, it feels overwhelming. Just do the very next steps. You have the Strength card too, which again, they have it as a number 11 here, but it's usually a number 8, which is again a flowing energy. It's you realizing that you're not in this alone, that you're not this human character too. That when you realize everything that's unfolding is not by accident, it is for you, and it's the journey, it's the transformation that comes through here. And I like this, that they're saying, you know, just try to remember who you really are and that this is a journey and an adventure, not a punishment, not, yeah, it's not a punishment, that this is an adventure. And when you switch your energy to that, it changes as well. And you do, you end up with this 3 of wands changing directions, changing the where you were headed with this new information. And the 7 of wands is, you're divinely guided and divinely protected. Everything is unfolding for you, even though sometimes we're like, why in the heck? You know, would I want this to happen to me? But when we change it, that life is happening to me, which is that punishment and victimhood, right? To life is happening for me, then I can find the gifts in each of those moments that allow me, to see life as that adventure instead of standing in the corner being punished for something. What did you do in a past life? No, it's not like that at all. So hopefully that helps there. We'll get you your fortune cookie here too. Oh, you are a singer actually. Oh wow, I love that. Sing and talent oracle cards. There you go. Blue Moon. There you go. That's your comeback song. All right, let's see here. What else do they have here for you for your fortune cookie? Oh, wow. Look at that. Love, 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 love. It's all about self-love in your journey. And master number 33, which is a beautiful, it's like master number 11 is you understanding your life as a human. Then you realize, oh, I'm more than this human. I'm I'm the actor behind this character of a human. I'm a powerful, supernatural, eternal spirit being. made of unconditional love. Once we realize that, when you add 11 plus 22, because that's the 22 is the master number of getting to know your duality, then they join together. 11 plus 22 is 33, and then you walk together like you're the strength card, your human self with your higher self walking hand in hand through this life instead of feeling like you're, oh, it's your life path number 2. Perfect. So, beautiful, right? So, it says, "Open your heart to receive. Love is on its way." You're more and if I mean, you have love in your life now, right? But this is loving situations are on their way. You can say that. You're more cherished than you could possibly know. It's a day for rejoicing. You're a sacred vessel for eternal love to flow through. There you go. And your soul wants you to know there's nothing that you need to do to deserve this love. Who you are is enough. Let it flow to you, for you are the beloved just as you are. All of your life's experiences are part of a spiritual evolution toward the realization that we are all love. The Creator is love, and in your essence, so are you. In matters of romance, all is healing or is already healed on the inner planes. Your beloved is nearby, so be open. Your angels, guides, spirit guardians, and allies adore and cherish you always and forever. And your affirmation is I am wonderful. I receive and give love today and always. Yeah. That's the whole thing is when people, every moment is either an expression of love or a cry out for it. So when people are acting a certain way or doing certain things, it's a cry out for love and when we do things that are unloving, that's our cry out for love too. When we realize that, can change things, right? Right. So that's what they have for you, Ruby. Thank you again for your donation. I greatly appreciate that. All right. So addicted, thank you so much for your donation. I'll get you on the list here. And a general reading for love. All right. And we will get that, put that there, and then I'll remove you off of the free list here then. All right, so thank you for that. I'll give that a love and a like so I know I've got that on my list. All righty. Take another quick sip here. We got Val up next, then Debbie O, then JV, and then Addicted. You'll be up after that. All right. So Val 20806 is your timestamp. So Val, there you go. And you wanted a general. So thank you for your donation. Let's see what Spirit has here for you today. So we got that and that and that and these two. All right. What do we have coming in here? The energy on the bottom for your reading, you do have the King of Pentacles. I do like this. As I was shuffling your cards and putting them out, I heard that this is like a more of a what's a love reading, a romantic reading, but partnership kind of reading. And this King of Earth I like because it's someone who's compassionate, accomplished, charismatic, and grounded. The Irish cob horse. Maybe they're going to be Irish even. And we'll leave it there. But I like this grounded individual, very earthy, down to earth kind of person that's coming in here. Fear of losing beauty. Oh, all right. Well, let's take a look here and see what we have here. Yeah, I can see here and the King of Earth does bring in this too. We got the King of Fire, the Four of Earth, Four Pentacles energy, and the King of Fire. I like this because I still feel like that's their energy. Because the Four of Pentacles is like when we define our worth by relationships with people, situations, or things like our bodies, right? Our bank accounts, those kind of things as well. Um, and, there is this king of fire is someone who, you know, can control their passions and that they're not someone that, it's not like a knight of wands who, I usually say it's like a little chihuahua out, you know, humping everyone's little legs. A king knows what's appropriate and what's not, and they control their passions. And I feel like, you know, like if with you, saying that you fear of losing your beauty, well, the fear is that if we lose our beauty, that they would choose someone else. But this is the whole thing. They're so grounded and down to earth, and they're not someone who's, you know, going to, um, be lured out into anywhere, anything like that as well. So, so Um, so I like this for you because I feel like this is part of the knowing that the person that's coming for you is so grounded in themselves and secure in themselves, and they don't wander, but they're really down to earth. And I don't feel like they care. Like when we, with the pentacles, earthy energy, it's like someone who feel like dressing up is like jeans, you know, and, I feel like they're really down to earth and they don't like, you know, wear business suits and all this kind of stuff. I feel like they dress comfortable and they're all about being at home with themselves and not, trying to, compete with anyone or anything, which I like. Yeah. We got the high priestess, someone who I feel like with this energy, this represents their energy in a way of that they're really in tune with their emotions and, and they could be a little moody. I feel like because this kinda brings in, like, Pisces, a lot of water energy, which they can swim on the dark side of the pond or they can swim on the light side, but I feel like they're not, like, extreme where they're, like, going to depression or, you know, I feel like they understand emotion and they understand people can have down times and up times, and they don't take it personal. They just allow people to have their grumpy times like they have their grumpy times. I feel like they'll go out, work in, I don't know if they're, like, near a ranch or land or something, because I feel like they go out and they get away from people to work in the barn or in their shop or whatever, because they know it's better for everyone if when I'm in a mood, I just go here and I'm working on my wood shop or whatever, and then I come back, kind of energy. But it's also this represents something for you too, where it's an encouragement for you to step back, you know, connect with the spirit realm, look behind the veil, dive deep into your emotions, and allow yourself that transformational time of going, what emotions no longer serve me, and even getting to the root of my fear of losing beauty. It's the high priestess is a good reflection energy, like the moon, where they look and go, okay, what's down there, why, what is the fear, what, when you put words to it and you bring it from the darkness to the light, it helps us transmute it to where it doesn't become a fear anymore, because we get to the root of the story that's a lie, and then we're like, "That's right. I don't need to this is a fear that was created when I was young, and now, like, 7 years old and younger young, and I don't need to have that be a fear anymore," you know? So, I like that release energy. Yep, 10 of fire, 10 of wands. I like it, Buddha Buddha, Saint Bernard. So there is this, being aware of where you're focusing your energy, because it can turn into a burden or it can be a harvest. And how fast someone comes in or how slow someone comes in depends on where you're investing your energy. And the 10 is like, be aware. It's like asking you, or not really asking, but suggesting an option is to look in where you're investing your energy. And the more that we raise our love vibration, we raise our self-worth, the faster we're drawn together. Otherwise, we keep doing what we've always done and get what we've always gotten, which is another stepping stone to reflect back to us what we want to see about ourselves, right? Right. And then, yeah, you have transformation, Knight of Water. I get it. Yep. So, all of the things that you've been experiencing with the Hanged Man, the Awakening card, has been allowing you the transformation. This is you letting go of those things, those thoughts, emotions, physical things, energy that doesn't serve anymore. It's like a caterpillar that goes into a cocoon to let go of the stuff that doesn't serve it anymore so it can be a butterfly. And then it can flutter and go in its direction. And you have the Knight of Water. I like it. Get to kiss a prince, get to kiss a frog that turns into a prince. You're like, I've kissed a lot of frogs, right? And they didn't turn into princes. But, I like this because this is telling you this is just kind of finalizing it for us that this is a romantic reading, that there is someone out there, and the more that you focus in on raising your own self-love and your self-worth, the faster you guys are drawn together. And they're working on themselves too. They're by no means a perfect person, human, because they've got their own stuff to, you know, lower vibration, things that they're working through. But I love that for you. So hopefully that helps, Val. Let's see what your fortune cookie comes in here. All right, there we go. Boom. Be the best version of yourself and start today. Yeah, look, there's you turning into a butterfly. The best version of you. You have the potential to grow spiritually and raise your life to a much higher level now. The wise spirit sages show us that there is always a chance to grow and expand in a positive way, which will not only affect us, but all those we love. They are reminding you of this now. Remember, you have the right to be brilliant and successful. So push your boundaries and exceed all limits. The only thing that can stop you from growing is your own limited thinking. So get going and keep on growing. Your life holds amazing possibilities and the potential to be better every day. I don't personally prefer a word better just because spirit has shown us that there's not better, worse, wrong, right. It's just different. We can be different if we want to be, because every choice allows us a different experience, a different outcome. Um, and there's not, from spirit's perspective, there's not better, worse, kind of energy. There's just different adventures. So I like that. So hopefully that helps, Val. That is what they have for you. So many blessings to you. All right. Oh, yeah. No problem at all, addicted. That's a perfect amount. You're good. All right. And then we've got up next, we got Debbie O, Texan friend. Good to see you. Here's your timestamp. Thank you for your donation and then your email. Let me just bring this up and I'll just familiarize myself real quick here. All right. All right. Hey, yay. Hello, hello. All right. So, does he even feel a little bad for hitting below the belt and going solo? Okay. All right. So let's take a look here. And then what is he feeling, if anything? Let's take a look here. And I do want these two as well. Ooh, that one too. Yeah, and like you said, you know that all of this was for you. Yeah. And even the bottom of the deck, you start off with your overall energy of the hermit, and there's a little butterfly. It's the firefly too. I love that. Taking time for contemplation to retreat and go within, being a beacon for others on their path to spiritual enlightenment too. So, I definitely see here they're just reaffirming that you were to be, to go into the hermit mode, and they were your was it your they helped usher you into your beautiful, beautiful cocoon, right? So I feel like the underlying energy is there, like, when we realize that this was for you and it wasn't to you, that changes the whole perspective of things, because then when we realize that they were being a messenger, then I don't need them to feel bad about what they did, because they were the perfect mirror, reflecting back to what I was doing to myself. So they were just a reflection of your own self talk in a way. How were you hitting yourself below the belt and going so low and wanting yourself to chase yourself? Wow. Isn't that amazing? When we just flip the mirror and we're like, wow, how was I hitting myself below the belt? Back then, wow, big time, right? And then, and then, you know, me wanting me to chase me. So I wanted this mirror so that I would be like, oh, I want to find who I am. So, realizing it, and trust me, I know it takes a little bit of time to let that sink in, because with my exes, after, I had completed all of those 5 and we were at the end of it all reflecting, it was then that I was like, "Oh, now I see the mirror." How could they treat me any differently than I was treating myself? Was a big whoopsh, 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 woke me up. I was like, "Wow." Wow, I had to sit with that for days of going, they couldn't treat me any better than I was treating myself, so they were treating me exactly how I was treating myself. And then I I I don't have any angst towards any of them anymore, because I knew that they were just being a messenger. They were I I call them my greatest teachers now, because they showed me so much. But let's see here. Does he feel even a little bad for hitting below the belt? Blah blah blah. Right. So we got the 7 of fire, the 7 of wands. Let's see what else we got here. We have the world card, and we have the death card, release, as well. You know, I don't feel, and this is what's good, is that we don't realize that everyone feels everyone sees the situation from their perspective, and they're wondering if you feel bad about what you said to them, and how you were treating them, right? Because that's what we, as humans, we don't really look a lot out here. We look a lot here going, what what is everyone thinking about me? What did everyone else, and we're focusing on what we think they did to us. When we're in our human fear mode, right? We're always looking at what other people did. And the 7 of wands is, look at me. I'm not going to ask permission to shine. I'm not going to dim my light. I don't have to defend who I am. I'm me, and most humans, we feel that way. We are ourselves. Why is everyone acting the way they are? Why are they all treating me this way and doing this to me, when really, as you're transforming, right? You've been seeing these mirrors of, this is for me, right? Like, I'm becoming more aware. And then when we look at brothers and sisters and, parents and coworkers and schoolmates and friends and, the cashier at the grocery store, we start looking at all these people acting a certain way. I know, growth, right? Fun. It is for us. On the other side of it, it's like working out. I tell you what, when I'm walking over to go to the gym these days and I'm like, all right, I'm going to hit that machine. I'm going to do these many reps at this many thing. And I'm just, I'm looking forward to when I'm walking home and it's done. But when I'm done, I'm glad. But on the way there, I'm trying not to dread it, And that's the kind of thing with our interactions with all sorts of humans. They tell us and they show us the reflection, what we're wanting to see, and we don't know what they're seeing. We don't know what they're truly going through. We may never know, as a human, when we go back to the other side. We can see people. And we understand it all then, of course, because 'cause we're all-knowing in a way, um, connected to that higher mind, but when we're down here, sometimes we're like, we think everyone's thinking this exact same way we are, but it's amazing those times in our life when we thought, "Wow, they were so mean. I'm ready for you to apologize now." And they're like, "Apologize to you? I was waiting for you to apologize to me." And we're like, "What? I was perfect." Well, in our minds, we were, but in their world, we were also acting weird because they saw it completely different. And they were and then, so it's an amazing thing for this here, but I don't feel like they feel because they're focusing on them, and they probably don't even remember that conversation, the one that we are like, we have on an altar that, of our emotional heart going, I look at it every day when I pass by it and I remember, and they're like, "What?" An example, a friend of mine, she had, couple older brothers that when she was younger said some horrible things to her, and that she carried and still she was carrying, and she's in her, 60s, and, and, she went to go visit her brother, and she finally got up a guts to say, "Do you guys remember when you said that to me?" And he was like, "What? We were probably just joking around." And she carried it all that time thinking that they were, this thing that, she took on so much as part of her identity for so many decades. She realized they were just reacting in a moment, and it wasn't intentional, and it never is, right? When people do things or say things that are unloving, it's because they're in fear, right? And when we're in fear, we do stupid, unloving, uncompassionate things like a little young child, and then we forget it when we calm down, we don't remember, or we don't prioritize that because that's when we're in fear. We focus more on the other things. Ah, I love that. So how can you say that to yourself, right? Whenever we're going like this, there's 3 fingers pointing back at us, right? And that's where our growth is. You need to love yourself. Stop using people for our interests, right? How am I doing that? Maybe not in the same way, right? But how is that true for ourselves? Because that mirror, what we see, it's in there, right? All right. And then what is he feeling, if anything? Got the Ace of Air. Got 3 cards here with the Sun card and the Magician here as well. So I do feel like here they are wanting new contact with the Ace of Air. The Sun card, they're hoping that, you know, time can burn away things, because the Magician card here is it's like they want to take action, but they're also, um, holding back with this. We'll see what's below here. Um, below the these here. I got the Emperor card. Yeah, still trying to decide. Yeah, the Nine of Air, the Nine of Swords, the fears that are keeping them back from, wanting to reach out. Um, but I don't feel like it's romantic or attractive energy with this here. Um, because we have the 3 of, fire here, the 3 of Wands too, which is about, you know, going a different direction than originally was unfolding, and that they, of course, had, "Oh, no, no, it's never was that, right?" But I feel like they're still, deciding if they want, because they did enjoy your friendship and they did enjoy all that, but, whatever the interest, if what else was there, So, we got this, change of direction kind of energy that's here. So, I don't see cups here, but I do see like communication and liking the conversations and, those kinds of energy that are here. But um, again, I feel like they're caught up in a lot of their Nine of Swords, their own fears, you know, their own reflection, their own journeys, which, that's we all can become aware of our self-love because we're so blinded to it, right? Because we've been taught so many things growing up that keep us from seeing the love that we are. So it's like we're not broken trying to heal and become better. We're just we don't have a clear picture of who we are because of all the blindedness that we had. Um and there's this um burning away that which is not us so we could see ourselves more clearly. It's kind of the same thing. I can um burning away that which stands between me and recognizing the love that I already am, kind of energy. So yeah, I don't think there's any kind of, like you said, emotions. If anything, I feel like it's more, I feel like their fears have created a wall there, right? Did he grow at all or no change? I think he became aware. It feels like aware of how they were communicating and um making sure that they knew what they were feeling and not, and I feel like it definitely has I feel like it ignited some of their fears inside of them, but I feel like it also, allowed them, that growth of, I'm gonna make sure that I'm saying what I mean and meaning what I say, and I need to make sure I know what I'm feeling, kind of energy too. So, I like that. Your fortune cookie, aw, beauty. Number 6, I like it. Let's see what they have here for you. I like it. You're beautiful inside and out. Your sacred inner and outer space are radiant and glorious. No matter what your age, your loveliness is growing. Create outer harmony in your home environment, even in small ways, such as a vase of flowers, a scented candle, or clean windows, and your inner grace will grow. I like that. Your soul wants you to know the more you see beauty around you, in your environment, yourself, and your body, the more it will fill your life in all forms. Be hesitant to say anything about yourself or your body that's negative. Don't put yourself down silently or to others. Instead, affirm beauty and take time to adorn your body and personal space. Take a luxurious bath, read a book, have a massage, or create a home altar. Cherish yourself, and the luminescence within you and around you will grow. I love that. Your affirmation: I am deeply and profoundly beautiful. I am deeply and profoundly beautiful. I love that. Beauty. It is so beautiful. Kind of want to just not have my fingers on it so you could see the whole picture. Beautiful, beautiful. Oh, I get it, Val. You must have been behind in the stream because you said that when I was junior reading, but you were meaning that for the other person, so I get you now. You're like, "No, no." Alright, perfect. So hopefully that helps, Debbie. Debbie, that is what they have for you, my friend. So many blessings to you. All right, let me just make sure here. We got Mow the Lawn. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Welcome, welcome. And we got Maria P in the house. Hey, Maria. Good to see you. Get you on the free list here. And I just got a donation that came through. Yes, yes, that is you. So we put you on the donation list here too. There we go. Right, Val? If you don't meet him soon, it will be the other side, another lifetime. Maybe it's a future life. You're so funny. All right. I think I saw you're very welcome, Deb. Deb. All right. I think I've got everything here. Let's see. I can remove that. And all right. Take another quick sip. So we got JV and then Addicted and then Maria P. You'll beep after that. Oop, I think I just had another one come through. All right. So for at least two. Put your second one on there, Maria. All right. So let's dive back in. We got JV. You're up to 36. 32. This is your timestamp here. Whoops. Try that again. Here we go. All right. So, JV, these interviews have a hold on you like a spell, like a magic spell. So, any offerings coming in? Let's take a look here. There we go. All right, so, based on your current energies, let's take a look here. Got these and these. I want this one here too. That one and that one. All right. Well, it feels like something is coming your way with the Empress, little Angora rabbit, because the Empress is an energy of abundance and birth, harvest. So it does feel like something's coming your way here. Let's see what we got going on here. If we need to pull a when card, we will. But your first card up here, you do have the Eight of Fire, Eight of Wands. Look at the busy bee. Bzz, 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 bzz. Worker bee, here you go. Work is coming for you here. And it does with the Eight of Wands, that comes out of nowhere, just kind of splits, kind of energy. So I do feel like you are going to get a response from someone very quick here because you said offerings. And I do feel like they're reminding me you might even get one like tomorrow or Friday because there was someone who had done a reading for, and the very next day, boom, it came in because they said, yeah, it's coming in very fast. It was like the next day that they actually got an offer, right? Get back in the grind, have fun, right? So I do feel like something will be coming in very quick here for you. Let's see what else we got here too. We've got the Two of Air, Two of Swords. I love it. You might have a choice between two. That's the power of story and choice. You have the King of Water, King of Cups, which does bring in a balanced energy into the choppy waters. So I do feel like you might even have, like I said, two offers that come in. One that feels, I like it, short term, and one that feels long term, right? So there might be something that feels like, well, I could do that for a while, but that's not my end all be all. But let's see what's underneath there because I feel like there will be something here. Oh, are you looking at something from working from home possibly? Because you got both the Hermit card and the Nine of Pentacles, which both of these are about remote work or, you know, it's being alone, a hermiting, being away from everything. So It kind of feels like here that they're and it might even be the short term could be that you have to work in an office short term. Okay, yeah, like short term that you can eventually work from home or work remotely, or maybe even right off the bat with these 2 nines, I feel like both kind of might be both of these offerings might be remote work from home remote kind of positions that are here. Let's see what else we got here. Yeah, we have the 9 of fire, the 9 of wands. So here's this is talking about the energetic block that's been here. Let's see what we can find out. Yeah, we have the 7 of air, the 7 of swords. So there's something here about you have been working through some mindsets about, these are the things that make you feel small and powerless and limited, that this is part of these thoughts, and they can even be unconscious thoughts and not conscious ones, but it's been blocking you from going forward. Let's see what else they can else tell us. Yeah. Got the 2 of water, the 2 of cups, and the 8 of water, the 8 of cups. So I love the kangaroos, but both of these energies, because the 2 of water is the 2 of cups, it's emotional choice. This 8 of cups, oh, identity, right? Because it does feel here like there was a bad relationship with a job, and this 8 of water, the 8 of cups is about walking away from emotions that don't serve you anymore. So there is this belief, it feels like however they treated you before, the last boss was hell, right? But there's something below the surface there that, um, it left you, and we're not gonna say scarred, it left you with stories about yourself that Devil Wears Prada, oh my gosh, that's all. No, no, that wasn't a question. Did you see the new one yet? My host, she went to see it. She says it was very different, by the way. But, I feel like, whatever these stories that they said, somehow they landed somewhere in both your emotional inner child and your mental inner child. And these were expressions, even though they were, as an adult coming out of this devil's mouth, right? They were a reflection, an echo of something you believed about yourself on a subconscious level, both mentally and emotionally, and they were coming up to show you. And so there can be some release, there can be some, you know, taking your emotional inner child, little 7-year-old and younger self, and questioning those things and say, "You don't believe that about yourself, do you? You don't believe that's true, do you?" And let them cry, let them get angry, because it's usually anger or sadness, right? Those are the 2 emotions we're not there's 3 ways that, we as emotional children react to whatever's going on, either happy, sad, or angry. Those everything kind of filters down to those 3. And, of course, we can be a happy child, but an angry tantrum throwing child? No. A sad crying child? No. You might have heard, "You better stop your crying, I'll give you something to cry about," or, "If you don't stop that tantrum, I'm gonna whoop you." So, those were pushed down, right? So any of those that were felt and any kind of stories we created from 7 to 14 about our abilities and our whatever these words that this person said that stick out. 'Cause I imagine if you started to write them down, what are the things that they said that either really pissed me off or really hurt my feelings? Those are echoes from things that happened long before, and as you release those, the echoes will stop. But I feel like that is kinda like this fear that's below the surface of, "I don't wanna find another job because, there's mean people," right? There's hurtful people. When you realize no one can hurt us, these are just stories and emotions that I'm the one that gets to choose these, and we're just gonna go back and transmute these, and so they won't be triggers anymore, and so if someone says something I love how someone says, when someone said that you were unlovable and, um, you know, did that hurt you? And we're like, "Yeah." It's because we believe it, but if someone said, "I think your 3 heads on your body are disgusting. Does that bother us?" We're like, "No, I don't have 3 heads." So we don't believe it, so it doesn't bother us. But when we believe something somewhere inside of us, that's when it bothers us, right? So there's this beautiful transformation that's coming through here. I do feel like you do have something coming very quickly here, and I feel like the more you release those and you talk to your emotional inner child and your mental inner child, so a 7-year-old and younger you and a 7 to 14 you, that's your mental one, that you sit with them and you're like, you can comfort them, allow them that expression of anger or sadness. Don't hurt yourself or anyone else, but you can express them or feel them at least and get your thoughts out on paper. I feel like that usually helps with the mental inner child. Write down the stuff and then you can release it. You can have them scrunch it up and throw it away or burn it safely or shred it or whatever, but it's part of the processing that will free this, I feel like. So all of that happened for us. I know it's like that mirror of that person that has been echoing for a long time, and that's, where it's been wanting to tell us. So hopefully that helps. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. Yeah. Here's the 9 of the breakthrough, breaking through that 9 of wands. You got this beautiful, beautiful breakthrough energy. I love it. So let's see what it says here. You're at the precipice of a huge positive breakthrough. Everything that you've been doing for the past blah, blah, blah. I did take English. Everything that you've been doing for the past few years has been preparing you for this time. An immense self realization is on its way. What? Something for which you've waited a long time is about to come to fruition. Your soul wants you to know fruit drops from the tree when it's ripe, flowers open to the day when the sun rises, and a bird's eggs crack open when it's time. Everything that you've been doing has prepared you for the coming breakthrough. Quit standing on the cliff wondering what you should do. Just jump off, spread your arms, and you shall fly. Not literally, just in case. It's not life as usual anymore. Your patience is going to pay off. Old limitations and inner blockages are dropping away. Usually, the thing that keeps you from moving forward is fear. This is truly the time to feel the fear and do it anyway. Your affirmation is I soar into limitless love, light, and joy. What? I know. How perfect. Boom. Breakthrough. Yeah. So here it comes, JV. But some great release. That way, you won't have to draw in any other bosses like that because they're just mirrors anyway, right? All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. Thank you again. You're very welcome. All right. So addicted to Kyrie, you are up to 4905. There it is your timestamp. Thank you again for your donation and a general reading and love reading. All right, let's see here. What does Spirit want you to know? All right, thank you. And then what about love? What about love? None of those, none of this. All right. All right. So on the bottom of the deck is the overall energy for your entire reading. And we've got the devil card, which they call ego here in this deck. I like the Siamese cats. It talks about, it's like our shadow. I think it was this last weekend, Spirit brought through, instead of calling it shadow work, we call it freedom work because, you know, the shadow comes in to shake our cage to help us realize we're in a cage. We don't realize that our heart, when it was hurt growing up or in fear or had lower vibration experiences, our mind went to protect it and it created, these thoughts and stories to keep us safe. Or if we had pleasure or something that were happy, higher vibration emotions, it wanted to create things that made it make sure that we could repeat that and get more of that. Avoid pain, find pleasure is its goal, our ego, our brain, right? But then at some time in our life, our shadow, it shakes us up to free us, to help us realize, look at all these thoughts and these stories that we've had that have created these. So, we go through these periods of time where our life kind of feels like we're in an earthquake, falling all over the place, right? And we have all these experiences, all these mirrors showing us all these things that are ready to be released. And at first, it's like a crazy hall of mirrors at like a carnival. It's scary. But then we realize, wait, that's me, just, stretched out or squatted short or stretched, all those little mirrors, like crazy hall of mirrors. And I feel like that's what they're telling you here is that some of the stuff you're going through is for you to realize, "Oh, I didn't even realize that was still down there, or that's, running down there on autopilot." It allows you to that's what conflict, it brings it forward. It's already impacting us below the surface. It's already limiting us and keeping things from coming to us and holding away things that we're wanting because we have these beliefs of lack and less than. And so it's already impacting us, but then through conflict, it shows it to us. "Oh, didn't realize that was down there." We get to the root, we, can transform that, and then that trigger's not there anymore. That anchor falls off, and we're able to move forward and higher because that weight is lifted. And I feel like that's what they want you to know, that, is kinda happening right now. It kind of feels it's called like a Saturn return if you're into astrology. Saturn, when we're born, every 29 years, it returns to the exact place it was in our birth chart. So at and it that's the big Saturn return is the shaking and the rattling, but it can start impacting us 3 to 5 years before and up to 3 to 5 years after. So you're talking about like from 24 to 34, we can start feeling it. Climaxes at 29, then starts drifting away. Then when it comes back around, what, 53 to 63? Would that be right? If my math is good? If I'm doing my head right? Um, and then, but that one's less. That's the first one is the most, "Oh my god," shaking, shaking, shaking. We're letting go and experiencing it a lot, but then later, the second one, which I just went through, I'm in it right now. I just turned 59, so mine was last year, and I'm on my way, out of that, but you learn from watching other people, not from having to go through it yourself. So the second one, much better. Just for hope for everyone. Um, so I feel like that's important for you to know just what's going on in my life. Why do I feel like all this stuff is happening? Now you kind of maybe having a going, okay, there's a purpose behind all this stuff, right? All right. And then your general reading, yeah, you got the Eight of Fire, Eight of Wands, and the Four of Earth, the Four of Pentacles. So this Four of Pentacles is an energy that talks about, what they learn through this card is, we're taught to define our worth as humans from three sources, right? Relationships with humans, situations like jobs, education, social status, marital status, whatever, situations, and things, our bodies, our bank accounts, our possessions. But that's not really self-worth. Self-worth comes from inward and upward, but we're taught define yourself by all these things out here. all those things are unstable, right? People change, people walk away, people pass away. So relationships, whether it's family, friends, lovers, workmates, schoolmates, whatever, right? They change. So when we define ourselves by that, we feel unstable. Shake, shake, rattle, rattle, right? Things never, situations never stay the same, and things, they break down, deteriorate, blow up, burn down, stolen. So unstable out there, it all points us back. So kind of like the devil card that you got on the bottom, right? It's all pointing us back to ourself, to where we turn inward and upward. We're like, oh, there's where I can find something stable. The only stable thing in this realm is the eternal, unconditional love of the higher realms. That's where we come from. That's what our stability and our worth is founded in. We're priceless. When we look out here, we feel like we're on, that's retail price. We end up on the discount rack, right? Clearance rack, maybe even donated to Goodwill, because people's opinion is constantly changing. It's fickle, it's unstable, right? It's temporary. We're looking for eternal, stable things, and that's where we find it inward. And this 8 of fire, 8 of wands, is there's a lot of energy being invested in that. That's really all these things that seem to be falling apart in the outside world are all pointing you inward. They're doing their job, which is to point us inward. We look out here for our stability. We shake and rattle and fall over the place until we turn inward and upward, and we're like, there it is. That's where I've been looking for. So I feel like that's both the bottom energy and that they wanted you to know about those things. And then a love reading, let's see what we got here. Yeah, you do have marriage in your future. You got the 4 of wands. Don't you love the little otters? The thing that stands in the way right now is the 8 of air, 8 of swords, kind of reverting back to the devil card on the bottom again, because the 8 of swords is you're realizing a lot right now. You're going through a period realizing all the thoughts and beliefs and mindsets you've had around relationship and love that have made you feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small and powerless. And these are all those expectations of who someone's supposed to be, what they're supposed to be in a relationship, how a relationship is supposed to start and progress and end up, what it's supposed to bring to you, what it's supposed to mean about you, who you're supposed to be in life. It's exhausting, right? So, and here's that cage we were talking about with the devil, right? It's setting you free, realizing the cage door is open, and realizing all these small t truths, all these opinions about relationships growing up, are they true? And this is you questioning these, and you're freeing yourself from these so that you can truly find, uh, this love, this marriage in the future, because all this other stuff is restricting. Because with our eyesight, the more supposed to be, should be, need to be, have to be, it blinds us down to where, like, all right, creator has to be this person and this timing in this way. And the creator is, well, this person's on back order for 1,000 years. And we're like, what? Well, yeah. So if we, we can slowly turn our expectations and eventually find this person, or we can more quickly remove the expectations, and then we get into each other's view sooner, because it's all about ranges when we meet people in life. It's not a ordained specific second, that it's the earliest we can meet someone and the latest we can meet someone. If you want more on all that kind of stuff, I do have a podcast, with a ton of information. I've got one called Faded Love. So if you want to dive into more of that, that's all free if you want to find out more about all that juicy stuff. Underneath all that, you do have the 5 of earth, 5 of pentacles. In some of these beliefs, this 5 of pentacles is like the belief, the fear of lack, right? It's, not being enough, not having enough, being rejected, being left behind, being left out in the cold, being abandoned. So there is some, beliefs under the surface, some fears that are there that could have originated when you were younger, and that's what you're working through, because that fear of abandonment, it really screws with us all, because we all have that when we're younger. Um, some way, somehow, it's created through humans or experiences or seeing it happen to other people. we have this, "Oh god, I hope that doesn't happen to me," or "I hope that doesn't happen again." But there's this fear, again, that cage that doesn't want that pain to happen, so it creates it. But if the bird's in there, it doesn't get to meet the other birds, right? Or the other birds can't get to it. They can talk, but I can't get to you. Oh, well, what am I gonna do, right? So there is a bunch of transformation that's coming in here. And I do feel here that recently you had this Knight of Fire, the Knight of Wands. They weren't someone that could show you love, but they wanted to show you passion because they didn't have self love. So all they could do is express themselves through passion. But they were removed out of your life with the cuckoo, the tower card is what this one is, and the regular one, to make space for someone who is in more alignment with your energy and what you want, truly your soul wants. So, when these people get removed out of your way, it's not happening to you, it's happening for you to make the space so that you can have that marriage one day. So other ones are stepping stones, mirrors reflecting back to you what you can um, see about yourself, what you're ready to release that's been holding you back. And so hopefully that helps. That my podcast, I talk a lot about relationships um, and it's all free if you want to check it out. The playlist link is down in the description area, or if you click on my name on the main page of my YouTube channel, it's at the top. The easier path. So let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here as well. You've got, you have the power to make yourself better. I love it. Beautiful, beautiful. And not to transform, like we're saying, you're burning away that which is not you, all these stories of about our limitlessness, our limitedness, and our powerlessness, and all that. You can burn those away. Says the healing power of the spirit world will always be there for you when you make the effort to heal your own body, mind, or life. You might not be aware of it, but the moment you try to fix what is broken in your life, healing spirits will pour out their power, their pure compassion, to get you back to full health and strength. Spirit healers are working with you right now because they know how important it is for you to get back to being the best you can be. Remember, the power of love is what connects you to the spirit helpers and healers, and they are reminding you just how strong love is when it comes to the medicine you require. Wow, I love that. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Hopefully that helps. And grateful for your donation. Means a lot. All righty. So let's take a look here. I think all I am at right now, I've got three more donations, all from Maria P times three. So we will dive into yours next. And then if I don't have any other donations, I'm going to step away to the little gentleman's facilities, maybe grab some more coffee. Um, and then I'll be back to start on free reading. So cheers, cheers, everybody. All right. So Maria P, we are 30340 for El Numero Uno. And this will be this one here. All right. So Maria. So Wally's thoughts and feelings towards you today, and then after the date. Why was he so worried if you got home? Oh, sure. All right. Why did he have to cut your date shorter? What's coming for you guys the remaining of this week? And work for you this week. Nope, none of those. Work. There they are. All right. So, Wally's thoughts and feelings towards you today. We got the little dream come true with the star card, the mental dream come true. So they were thinking about all the things that they love about what you guys have and who you are, and that is a lot of mental energy, being Aquarius air energy. So they were thinking a lot with their mind. After your date, yeah, Ace of Air, which is clarity, seeing things more clearly. It feels refreshing type of energy. So I like that feels like the air was cleared. It's a way to say that, like, clarity came and that your conversation helped them see things, um, I don't know, kinda clear away some clutter in the mind. Feels like, questioning, "How are we doing?" And I feel like by your interactions, he felt better after the date too. Why was he so worried if you got home? Wow, for some reason, he just has this fear of death with the death card there. The King of Earth, Pentacles energy here. I don't know, was there bad weather or something? It just feels like this isn't Mother Earth, but it's Father Earth with all this earth energy. I feel like they were just concerned about the weather. Don't know if it was raining or if there was some inclement weather nearby or something. It just feels very weather related for some reason here. They just want to make sure you got home safely. Interesting. Yeah, I don't feel like they were worried about someone stalking you or someone doing anything to you. It feels like weather. So why did he cut your date short? Nine of fire, nine of wands. Yeah, there's some sort of block here. Um, I feel like they were exhausted with this nine of wands, because even says on here, you've worked hard and what you've created is impressive and worthy of protecting. Um, but I feel like the nine of wands just feels like they were kind of spent and they were just like tired, right? So I feel like that is mainly the energy. It just feels like an energetic block, but from like a physical standpoint. Um, what's coming for you guys the remainder of the week? Queen of Water, Queen of Cups. A lot of emotional sharing here. I like it. Compassionate, loving, giving, psychic too. But I like this. So a lot of emotional expression, I feel, will be coming up here for you guys here. It feels like deep emotions will be shared. Um, and then work for you this week. Ooh, you got the moon and the cuckoo. I do feel like this week feels like with the moon card, that's hidden things revealed. And then also with the tower card, the cuckoo, this is an energy of something being removed so that something can be opened and something more in alignment. So it kind of feels like there's going to be some changes this week when it comes to that energy there. And so this could be the week. Yeah, with this full moon coming up on Sagittarius on Sunday. Excuse me, the full moon feels like Monday, the 1st, might be an announcement, well, maybe sometime during the week on some changes that are coming. So maybe they finally have some decisions to make, or they've made some decisions. You got life lessons again. Yay. Is your fortune cookie coming in here? Number 18. You might grow to find that there is no actual right or wrong in this world, and that everything happens in order for a lesson to be learned. Now is a good time to remember that your spirit guide is helping you to understand your own life lessons, and you will soon come to know why you chose them this time around. You may wonder why you have given yourself such difficult tasks, but once you understand your lessons, you won't have to learn them again. Also, by learning them, you will give yourself power over the rest of your life. Ooh, I like this. So, heads up, Buttercup. All right. And then I've got Prathy in the house. Hey, Prathy, good to see you. Or is it Prathius? I'm probably mispronouncing your name. My apologies. But I will get you on the free list here as well. All right. And then Maria for number 2, we're at 31006. And let's get into your second PayPal donation. Thank you. So love for you. Let's dive in. Who or what's coming? All right, let's take a look here. Thank you. And this one too. But not that one. All right. Sorry, no one's coming in right now. You got the High Priestess, which is all about the High Priestess goes away into her High Priestess temple to connect to the upper realms, see things from a higher perspective, kind of look behind the veil, look behind the scenes, what's going on in me, and diving deep into the emotions. Understand what emotions, what's in your heart, what's going on in here. So, a lot of self reflection kind of energy that comes in here. You got the King of Earth. Yep. So, this is pointing you to your self worth. We talk about the Four of Pentacles a lot. The King of Pentacles, one of the big lessons they learned was about how they define themselves, and how when they define themselves by the 3 buckets of the outside world, relationships with people, situations like job, education, things like our bodies, our bank accounts, our possessions, all of those are unstable. And when we define ourselves by them, we feel unstable. So, the self reflection about how am I defining myself? Because all of those point us inward and upward to the eternal unconditional love, right? These are what tell us about who we really are, powerful, priceless beings made of unconditional love, right? We're not these what happens in the outside world doesn't define our worth. We're the ones that define it. And when we turn inward and upward, we see the truth, capital T truth of our worth, not the small t truths, the lies that are made from fear that we've been taught. We realize the truth. So I feel like that's one of the big things you're learning here in this as well. Yep, you have the 10 of water, the 10 of cups, which is this is definitely focused in on that's relationship energy, uh, emotional energy. So, of course, the big thing that we're talking about with love, this is what you're focusing in on. It's realizing how have you defined yourself by your partners, what they've done and not done, said or not said in the past, and realizing I'm giving away my power by me creating a story that means something about me. I created that story. I can change that story. No one can except for me, for you in this case, right? You got the 7 of Earth, the 7 of Pentacles. I love it. The, last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit here. This is slowness, things slowing down in your relationship with Wally, with everything in your world, to give you time to reflect on these 4 things. Yeah. What's allowing you this ending and beginning energy, ending the old way of thinking and having this rebirth, releasing the past, the way you're looking at things and seeing things differently. Yep, 3 of water, 3 of cups. This is about third party situations and your fear around it. Yeah, the page of air, seeing it from different perspectives, and then, you know, redefining what it means for this perfect compatible person here. So I feel like the one of the big things they're talking here, and because otherwise we're going to keep repeating the same cycles, right? I'm not sure if you checked out my podcast where I talk about the reason why people cheat. It talks about I think the episodes around it too talk about relationship energy. A lot of them in the beginning did, because that's such a big piece of how we define ourselves. That's why Spirit wanted to talk about it. But how when we have a fear being cheated on, um, we're cheating on ourselves, right? And it goes into detail in those in that podcast, so I would it's gonna be towards the beginning, I imagine. One of these days, I'll grab it and have it where I can just grab them all, and give you a specific one, but if you just check out the podcast playlist, you'll see it. It says something like why people cheat. But I feel like that's a big thing to be looked at here, in your, reading here, because that's the crux of your mistrust, right? Yeah, you got the Magician as well as the Four of Earth. Yeah, so here's that what I was talking about. The King of Earth brings in the Four of Pentacles, the energy towards your worth and stepping in and regaining the power of your self-worth. Because you do have the Four of Wands, you do have marriage again in the future. If unless you haven't been married before. But I do feel like there's with the Four of Wands, that's the marriage energy, but it takes you stepping into your worth and defining yourself inward and upward and not outward. But that's the reason for the slowness and for this kind of feeling like you're being drawn to kind of stand back and reflect on love. Because if we keep on defining ourselves by the outside world, we keep having the same experiences. Because when we define ourselves by the outside world, we do feel less than, we do feel like we're on the clearance rack instead of feeling like we're priceless. So until we go inward and upward, we will uh, undervalue ourselves. So I like that. Let's see what else we have here for you for your fortune cookie for number 2. You've got inner space and universal knowledge. Let's see that. Number 20 says, when you are ready to receive higher spiritual wisdom, you must prepare your mind for it. Working with your spirit guide through meditation and clearing any chaotic thinking will ensure you're ready to work with the higher aspects of spiritual wisdom. Your spirit guide is working hard to get you there, so you must work with them and create a good inner space. Work on yourself now. There we go. And prepare for new knowledge and opportunities to follow. There you go. They're all pointing you inward. All right. And then for number 3, we got 3, 17, 35. So, Maria, there's all of those. We'll circle back for your free reading eventually as well. Get into the right one here. Boop, boop. All right. So, work. Let's dive in. So, what about Dr. Laura's thoughts? Dr. Bob's thoughts. Okay. What's coming for you? Promotion? These ladies are hiding things they're talking about? Question mark. Anything you need to know. All right. So, Dr. Laura. Yep, so Dr. Laura, she's the 2 of fire, the 2 of wands. It's kind of like she kind of goes back and forth between these 2 things. She got the 7 of fire, the 7 of wands, which the 7 of wands is that you kind of have that energy of I I don't dim my light, I don't ask permission to shine, I don't defend who I am. I got to be me energy. And so on one side she sees how you might be a little fiery and you might ruffle some other people's or more like singe some people's feathers. Um but she also likes how you are yourself. Um so she kind of looks at there's a balance in between. We can go too far one way or too far another way. Like she sees you're trying to balance that out and you're working that out. Um, the other thing, the 8 of air, is let's talk about singeing people's feathers. The 8 of air, 8 of swords shows how you've been That's why I like this combo between these 2 because the 8 of Swords, she sees how much you've grown, how much you've let go of mindsets and things that used to make you feel you blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small. In fact, you might have kind of like dimmed your light before, but now you're shining bright. And that's kind of singeing some people because you might be going a little, how we course correct, we kind of overdo it and then we balance it back out, right? And so I feel like overall she feels good about all that. She likes how you're standing up and you're taking initiative, you're shining yourself in that. Dr. Bob, Ace of Fire, Six of Fire. Yeah, I like it. He feels like you've really got this spark in here too with the Ace of Fire. The Six of Fire is about abundance. Abundance, more like a victory energy. And also it's about being seen. It's kind of like the Seven of Wands in a way, but you're being uplifted and I feel like it feels positive from Dr. Bob here. And it didn't feel like negative from Dr. Laura. I feel like she's just more evaluating how far you've come and what she likes. And, um, it's not like she sits there thinking about you all day. It's a passing thing, right? And Dr. Bob, too, they're busy. They don't have time where they just think about all their employees every day. But I feel like their overall energy is you're a Spitfire, you're ready to go, you're ready to move kind of energy. What's coming for you? A promotion? Well, you do have the Wheel of Fortune coming in, which it does feel like that feels like some sort of movement and a fortunate event unfolding. The Knight of Water, Knight of Cups, again, that's that quest of something searching for your heart. So I feel like they're saying, yeah, there's these things opening up, but remember that don't let that keep you stuck there. What is it that your heart really wants? They're putting you back to that, the quest for your heart and expressing your heart, not doing what your mind thinks that, you should do. These ladies are hiding things. Are they talking about? We got the renewal. This is the judgment card. This pool kind of energy. I feel like they're talking about their life purpose, what they're wanting to do. I feel like they feel like something's happening and they're kind of figuring I feel like they're concerned that people are gonna be laid off or that, jobs are gonna be changing. What do I wanna do? I feel like they're just focused in on themselves. Again, most people aren't sitting around thinking about everyone else. They're not thinking about you all day long. They're thinking about themselves. That's humans. We spend all of our time usually if we're thinking about you, it's about how do you impact me, not about what's going on over in you. I want to know so that I know how I stand. It's always comes back to me understanding where I'm standing. That's why we're in everyone else's business, right? When you're solid in yourself, you don't care about what anyone else is doing because it doesn't impact you. It's none your business. You come back to your own business, right? Anything you need to know? Yeah, the high priestess again. It's time to step back and connect and find out what is it that you really want, right? It's getting out of your head and into your heart, reflect, see things from a different perspective, kind of get out of the rut of trying to live up to expectations and trying to get everyone else to live up to your expectations and see what is it that you really want? Who is it that you really want to be, right? Interesting, right? All right. So let's take a look here. Mm. So for your fortune cookie, all right, here we go. Mm. You've got endurance is the key to success. What a beautiful card. Number 2. You have a goal to achieve things in your life and are wondering how you will get the strength to go on and accomplish what you've set out to do. The spirit healers and helpers who are close to your energy know when you're becoming depleted and are asking you to look at your inner strength as well as your physical. They want you to take a short time to allow them to help you to become emotionally strong, as this is the energy you need to accomplish your goals. Remember, healing power will strengthen both body and mind. So push on, follow your dreams, and know that there is a force above you that wants you to succeed. Wow, I love that. But more importantly, that dreams really stick out. Do you know what your dreams are? Right? It's important to know what your dreams are, um, but your emotional dreams, not the mental dreams of, oh, supposed to, should, need to, blah, 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 but getting in tune with your heart, with both those high priestesses coming in and both your work and your love. That's really loud there. So, right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. We will circle back around eventually for your free reading as well. All right. Hey, Ruby. Thank you for your additional donation here. I will complete that here in a moment. I do need to run to the little gentleman's room, get some more coffee here. When I come back, I'll finish yours. And then if there's no other donations, we'll dive into free readings. But I've been sitting for 3.5 hours and nature is calling and my bohiny is numb, so I need to get up and walk for a moment. So I'll be right back. All right, good. I'll meet you back here. Cheers. Let's go. All right. All right, all right, all right. So, thank you guys so much. Much better. Hey, Helga. Nope, not too late to ask a question. We can get you on the donations or the free lists. So, feel free to put your question down. All right. So, Ruby, thank you for your donation. We'll get that love and a like there. All right. Get over here to you. And we got 329.32 for your timestamp here. So thank you for your additional donation. Anyone know how did the meeting go with the kid's doctor and your ex? Ooh, all right. So let's see here. Based on current, well, this is past energies, right? So let's take a look here and see what we got. I want this one too. All right. So we do have this six of fire, the six of wands on the bottom here, the little rescue dog. I love it. Um, Six of wands is an energy of positive energy, positive outcome, uh, feels like victory kind of energy that's there. So we've got that here as the underlying energy, and we'll dive in and see what else they got here. Yeah, no problem, Helga. And then good for everyone to know too. After when I finish the session, I do post a pinned comment listing all of the readings completed with timestamps. So if you fall asleep, just make sure to just look at that pinned comment. You can see your name. Click on the little timestamp. It takes you right to your reading as well. Oh, you're so good. Gold star. All right. So what do we got here? We do have the Six of Pentacles here. It's a balanced energy. Again, it's a victory energy like the Six of Wands in a bit. It feels very balanced energy. Let's see what else we got here. Yeah, we got the Knight of Water, the Two of Cups energy that comes in here too. What's underneath that? Because what's this energy about? We got the Moon and the Knight of Air. So interesting with these four coming out together because this is a lot of emotional energy, partnership kind of energy. The moon is some hidden things. Um, well, I don't feel like it's hidden things. It's unknown things that they're wanting, um, like some additional. I don't know if it's additional tests, but they want additional clarity on some things here. It feels because the we've got the Two of Water, which is the Two of Cups, which is about important relationships. And the Knight of Water is emotional movement too. So I feel like this is like wanting maybe it's a wanting some sort of emotional evaluation. So this is medical, right? That they were in there, kid's doctor. Wonder if they're just wanting to see if there needs to be any kind of I don't know, therapy or like a evaluation from uh it's like a therapist, but like a child therapist or but it feels like this some sort of emotional a movement energy that they're just like, maybe we want to have them talk with, a child counselor or child psychologist or something, just to evaluate to make sure they're emotionally okay. Um, Not that there's like I don't feel like there's big concerns. I feel like they just this came through like the medical doctor was like, "Yeah, I just wanna make sure of something." And, they're not it's mysterious, the moon, because they just feel like I feel like they're gonna ask for that if they haven't already, or they reinforce that, "Yeah, I feel like that's a good idea to have that done because, um, it's good for them to be able to clarify and get to the truth of things sometimes." So hopefully that makes sense. We got the Justice card and the Two of Fire, the Two of Wands that's coming in here. Oh, okay, yeah. We got the Justice card and the Two of Fire, which I feel like, um, the doctor's not, um okay, okay, very good. Because I feel like the doctor, they're in the middle, they're not choosing sides with this Two of Wands, and they want justice. They're all about, the balancing of the scales and justice. So I feel like they are being um, they're not choosing sides or picking sides with this when it's coming in here. So I feel like that's good for you to know. We got the Five of Water, the Five of Cups, and underneath that, we've got the Devil card, the shaking and the rattling of the cages going on here. So I feel like they were concerned, yeah, about the emotional side of things. I feel like the physical, this doctor felt everything is, you know, um, there's no uh like damage, like permanent damage to them, but I do feel like they are going to, this devil card energy is wanting to get to the bottom of some things here, especially with this moon card. Just feels like both emotionally and mentally getting to the root of something. This Five of Water is this, it's sorrow energy and feeling down and crying. And I feel like they cried very, very easily, or they had these, it's just the emotional side is what kind of, I feel like triggered this doctor to go, yeah, there's something, something here, because I feel like they could tell by the children's lower vibration emotional responses that they were just like, yeah, there's someone I think is going to recommend, if like you said, it was a different follow up, but I feel like it's like with a child psychologist or whatever, so that they can, look at things. So, but I like that they reinforce they're wanting justice, they're wanting, um, you know, and then that way they can get, they're gonna get, correct information from them. They're reminding me of a case. One of the few times, knock on wood, that I had jury duty, I ended up on a heartbreaking case of a young girl being, uh, impacted by her stepfather. And what was great about it all is that they were able to show us videos of when she was in the counselor's office, and just how they could ask them questions and get them to talk about things in a comfortable, safe way without them feeling like they're on a stand and everything. And that's the kind of what they were showing me in my head. They were just brought back that memory of seeing that video, and and I feel like that's what this doctor is recommending is, that maybe there's something that needs to be, you know, uh, referred to that. If that's not what they're gonna do already, I feel like they're either really saying, "Absolutely, I agree, that needs to be done," or they might be wanting something more so that the children, get uh, you know, they can get what's going on with the children without them being coerced or, stories that they're being told to tell someone, you know, threatened or whatever to tell someone, right? They're gonna get to the bottom of it because they know how, right? So, I like that. I feel like overall it's a good thing. Let's see what your fortune cookie is here too. I don't think I pulled one of those. Didn't mean to go off on track there, but Yeah, there is so much more to you than you think. I like that. What a beautiful card. We got 44, power number 44. Some people believe they were born to be one thing or another, but others get a sense that there is more to them than just one aspect. Your mind and body are reaching out now for new things and exciting experiences. Guardian spirits are reminding you that you have many undiscovered gifts, and now would be a good time to allow them to come forward. Yeah, it's a sin not to share a precious gift with the world. Remember, there's no such thing as coincidence. The signs that keep turning up in your life are all saying the same thing. It's in you, so go for it. I like that about sharing the bright light that you are. And remember where you're investing your energy, right? Ah, very good. Yeah. I would definitely, get them. I mean, I feel like they will, especially if there's court stuff going on and there's, if they're looking at there's something happening and, they might interview the actual child, even though they're young. I know, because this little girl, I think she was like 5 or 6 years old, and um, I mean, it's heartbreaking. I was on the in the jury box, and when they did bring her in front to be questioned by the prosecutor and the other lawyer, and I mean, she was, I mean, I could have thrown a pen at her and hit her. She was so close, and just seeing her there. And I tell you what, if those lawyers or those prosecutors would have treated her bad, all the jury would have been over that thing after him because we were all there for the child, wanting to make sure there's justice and making sure. But crazy. People in fear, and I tell you what, we do so many things. All right. So that is what they have here for you, Ruby. Hopefully that helps. Thank you again for your donations from earlier too. So thank you for that. All right. I think that was it for my donations. So you're very welcome. Hang in there, my dear. So we will start into the free readings, and I'll do at least 30 minutes of them. If any donations come in between that time, I will jump to those and then jump back to free readings, back and forth between donations and free readings. But I completed all the donations up to this point, so we will begin doing that. Let me just take a quick sip here. We will dive in. Oh, that's actually, I'm going to be right back. I think the mushroom tea is uh, gathered at the top here and a little layer of stuff. So I'm going to go scoop this off real quick so I don't end up with it on my lips. And then I will start free readings. I'll be right back. righty, much better. Okay. Sorry. It was just gross. It's like a little almost look like gravy floating on the top. That would have not gone well. So cheers, everybody. All right. All right. So Prathy, I saw it here. And I thought I had seen you earlier. So I saw you asked the second question again. So I took you off the free list for later because you were up first from earlier today. So we got you here 3:45, 33. So Prathy, you are up first. You want to know, are you on the right path? Do you need to let off something? All right, let's take a look here. It's something you need to let go of, right? All right. Let me just shuffle these up. I feel like they want me to start off because they're not giving me a card yet. Is just to say that in life, there is no right or wrong path. There's just different paths with different choices, different outcomes, different experiences. So I feel like you are wanting a specific path. Like I want to go, I want this result. So we're more zeroing in on that for your energy. It's not the spirit doesn't have a right or wrong path that you're on. It's what path do you want? Are you on the path that you want to be on? Or is there something you need to let go of to get to where you're wanting to go? So I'm kind of adjusting your question a little bit just because there is no wrong path or right path. There's just different. Yeah, I feel like you're headed in the right direction for what you're wanting, but you're going to be taking a detour because the three of fire, the three of wands is about a change of direction. And the two of air, the two of swords, is about your power of story. And I feel like you're getting clarity around something coming up and you're realizing, oh, yeah, okay, with this new information, I thought I was going to go this way, but we're constantly growing, we're evolving, we're letting go of old mindsets that don't serve us anymore. And as you realize something that you're wanting to achieve isn't what you want to achieve, it's what you were told you're supposed to achieve. It's someone else opinion about your life, and you're realizing that's not what I want for me, and so you alter it. But it's about you choosing what you want in life. That's the whole two of swords too, is you get to decide where you wanna go and what you want to experience. There's not, the universe going, "This is what you will. You better do this or else." It's what you wanna they're like a grandparent taking a grandchild to a playground and, because the child wanted to go play and then lets them loose, and they're like, "What am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to go on the slide first or the swings or the merry-go-round or the seesaw, or what am I supposed to go on, the monkey bars?" And they're like, "Whatever you want." And you're like, "Well, I wanna do it right." And they're like, "No, there's no wrong way to play. Go play." And in this scenario, we can't be hurt, we can't be killed or whatever because we can't truthfully our eternal soul, right? So they're like, "Yeah, what do you want to experience? Let's go." And then we get to choose what we want to do. And they're along with us to push us on the swing, as we're climbing up the slide, they're making sure we don't fall down. They go on the other side as we're going down to catch us. And they're right along with us, but we're the ones choosing our journey. So hopefully that helps, Prathy. I feel like that's what they have for you there. So many blessings. All right. And then Mini Heal, you're up 3:49:15 is yours. Boom, boom. And why is your best friend, cousin Maria, depressed? What's she hiding from you? All right, let's take a look here. What can you know about this here? Yep, we've got the four of pentacles here and the three of wands. I just put that back in, it came back out. Three of wands. was wanting to go a different direction than what everyone's wanting her to do. The Four of Pentacles is about self worth and how when we are defining ourselves by our relationships with humans, our situations like jobs, education, etc., and things, our bodies, our bank accounts, our possessions. Situations can be marriage and social status as well. That when were taught to define ourselves by those, that we're very afraid, and that we're not gonna meet up to those things, and those things do change, they're unstable. People change, people walk away, people pass away, so we define ourselves by relationships, we feel shaky. By our education, by our jobs, we feel shaky because those things are always changing, right? And our bodies, our bank accounts, all that, and if we're defining ourselves by, if we're gonna be married or not. But this Three of Wands is, you know, I don't want to do those things. I feel unstable. I feel, um, you know, I feel unstable because all those things are unstable. So my sense of self-worth feels unstable. So I feel like that's why they're down, because all these things that were supposed to make them feel woohoo aren't. They're falling short. And so she's kind of going through that realization that I'm the one that defines my worth, not the outside world. But I don't feel like she's hit that aha yet, that, she's just in that all these things I've been defining myself by are unstable. And so that instability feeling, like almost feeling despair, like none of these things are going to fill me up. And you're like, you're right. They're also all pointing her inward and upward to find the eternal unconditional love of the higher realms. So it's really, the human condition that we all go through, and I feel like she's at that point of realizing that. So it's good, even though it sucks in the beginning because we feel kinda lost in the in between until we realize, "Oh, there's somewhere else I can look to have a solid, stable sense of myself." So, I feel like that's what's coming in, Minnie Hill. Hopefully that helps, my dear. Many blessings to you. Right. And then Butterfly 35229. Thank you again so much, my dear, for posting all the lovely stuff in the chat. And you want to know, what message would your soul like to share with you at this time? All right, let's take a look here. What does your soul want to share with you at this time? Yeah, I love this. You have the Page of Earth, the Page of Pentacles coming up, along with the Strength card, normally card number 8, although the original tarot did have it, number 11. Strength card was, number 11. The Justice card is number 8, but, then they changed it later. Um, so I like this, that you have this opportunity to change something, because 'cause they're bringing in that specifically, that there's this opportunity coming up in the future with this Page of Pentacles that allows you to change something from what it originally was into something new and different and exciting. It's kind of going against the grain in a way, like someone would have. The tarot, you're changing those? Why? I still think I looked it up once or twice, and I still can't remember why. And I feel like they're saying because it doesn't matter. It was changed. Um, and that's okay. I'm like, all right, well, we'll keep it that way. But I do like this because I feel like you have the courage and the strength to make this adjustment, that it might, like, upset some people, because, you it's having the courage doesn't mean not being afraid, but it's about, "I'm making a change, and it's not gonna be welcomed by everyone. Gonna get some resistance in the beginning, whatever this change is that you're wanting to do, but it's for you, and it's an opportunity, and not to be afraid." You, of course, have the strength and support of your higher self, and, I like it. It's not something that you're doing just for the sake of change. You're doing it, because of something that matters to you and that you feel like this is an important, uh, transformation, an important switcheroo, whatever that is. So, hopefully that makes sense to you, but I feel like that's what they have for you right now, my dear. So many blessings to you. And then May, you're up 3:55:16. So May, there's your timestamp. Switching out. Oh, that's right. So you want to know, does K regret how they handled the situation? All right, let's take a look here. Does K regret how they handled the situation? Well, I wouldn't say regret because I don't feel like they're a regretful type of person, but they do feel like 7 of the Chariot is I could have made a different choice, but I made a choice with this Knight of Fire in a moment of fear, in a moment of reaction. So I feel like they're like, I 'cause I mean, I wish, 'cause it's like I could have responded instead of reacted, to that, and when I reacted, how I handled it, not the best, but, it's I feel like they're very lenient. This is funny that they're very lenient on themselves. Whenever they do something, they have a good way of, you know, um, like, explaining why they, you know, why they did that. They can explain it away and excuse themselves in a way, going, "Well, I was heated in the moment, and yeah, if I had to do it over again, maybe I would do differently, but can't change it now, and that was my reaction." So, I don't feel like they're sorry or they go back. I feel like they're more of a movement forward person with this Knight of Fire. They just burn forward. They don't go backward. They just burn forward kind of energy. Um, at least with their actions. They might do that with others, you know, rehash old stuff, but they give themselves that permission on it. So hopefully that helps a little bit, May. That's what they got for you. So many blessings. Right. And then Betty Joe, you're up 3:57:48. So is MK going to be reaching out to you soon to try to smooth things over? All right. So based on current energies, are they going to be reaching out? And if so, soon? Um, you know, maybe when things balance out more. You got the 5 of fire, the 5 of wands, which is big conflict, the lightning bolt in between the 2 there. The star card is Aquarius, energy where it can compartmentalize emotion a little bit there, and there is that balancing energy that comes in with the star card as well. Let me see here. It doesn't feel like because it's gonna take them balancing things out a bit and letting the fire settle down, but let's see here. Anytime soon to smooth things over. Let me just do a quick when card here. And we've got King of Wands. I feel like they still haven't decided yet because the King of Wands, of course, is an energy that brings that in there for me. But we've got Aries, Leo, and Sagittarius because they've got November 13th to December 12th on here. But Leo season will be the next one coming up out of these three because we already left Aries season. Leo season happens after we're in Taurus, then we go Gemini, Right, yeah. We're in Gemini. We just entered Gemini, sorry. So it's Gemini and then Cancer and then Leo. So Leo season would be the sooner one that's possible to come in here. Um, so the thing you can do, when you get a 5 energy here, it's like first with all of our energy, because that King of Wands says there's some stuff that we can do to help draw it sooner too. But how can I smooth things over within me first, right? Because everything with this 5 energy is stepping stone, right? It's growth energy, it's balance things, it's let me find out now, you know, anything that rose up within me were my emotions. They didn't make me feel a certain way. I created a story about what happened that means something about me, that created an emotional soundtrack that had me choose to feel a certain way. And so, regardless of what they did or didn't do, say or didn't say, they didn't make you feel anyway. I know that's hard to hear in the beginning. I feel like you know that though, because then when you are, why did I feel that way? Why do I have these triggers? That helps me free myself from these triggers because they didn't trigger me. I was triggered by my triggers. I will continue to be triggered by my triggers until I untrigger the trigger, right? So it's an opportunity. And I feel like the timing of it is giving you time to do that. So the more you look at why did I trigger and what's at the root of that, that happened way before I even met this person, like back into emotionally 7 years old and younger, mentally 7 to 14. These triggers were created. So it's about me going back and doing that. The more I do that and look at it, and the faster and more energy I put into it to transform it, then the sooner that smoothness can come. Or you let smoothness go and go, I don't care about this anymore, right? But I feel like that's what's important for you, Betty. So, right, that's what they got for you, my dear. Many blessings. Right, and then Jojo 40213 for you. So we swapped out your question as well. I want to know, have you ever been to or are you connected to Atlanteus? Let's take a look here. Boom, boom. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, absolutely. You got the moon card, Cancer moon, water, ruler of water. 3 of Pentacles energy here about being true to your authentic self, but that 3 is really standing out. And it's interesting because I do feel you have connection to Atlantis through 3 beings. One, I feel like through a humanoid Atlantean. I also feel like at the same time you were actually like a marine animal. Um, I'm getting like dolphin energy, that's coming in. And then the third thing is like some sort of coral barnacle living, plant in the on a giant reef, as well, and you were having all 3 at the same time. Um, and it was an interesting experience, which yours are usually so bizarre and wonderful in that respect, because I love bizarre. But I feel like your humanoid self knew and connected with the dolphin you self, and that you guys were looking for the third part of yourself, but you never found it among the reef of where it was. But I feel like you were connected to the dolphin self of yourself, which is very interesting, that expression. So, absolutely. I do feel you guys were. So hopefully that helps. How fun is that? Never had that before. I knew sometimes that we can have like I can be a human here expressing myself and I could be another human on the other side of the planet. I think very rarely do we bump into each other ourselves. Um, but every once in a while we like to do something unique and crazy. And of course, it would be you. I love you, Jojo. That's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings. All right. And then Jamie G, you're up 40449. So, Jamie, so glad you like the introduction music. And so previously you asked about and if he was trustworthy friend, right? But you also said there was an attraction. Can you tell me more about the attraction part and why? All right. Let me take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers. All right. The attraction part and why. Well, the attraction part, yeah, we got the Empress. So, and the Page of Water, the Page of Cups. So there is emotional energy there. We'll see what these other two cards are, but these cards are telling me emotional connection. Page of Water, there's this sensuality around you, this nurturing energy around you, kind of a mothering energy around you. And this Page of Cups has also given me a lot of joy and, um, happy energy that I feel like you just kind of emanate this type of emotional energy. Yeah. And then we do have the 7 of Wands and the 9 of Wands. So here's the fire. Got the emotions and the passion. We have it here. The 7 of fire is this you kind of stand out. Your fire energy is there too. I don't know if you're a fire sign, but your energy seems to attract them as well as your emotions and your nature. Because the 7 of Wands, like you stand up on a hill, you're bright light, you shine bright. The 9 of Wands is an energy of, but I hold myself back on the passions, energy, because that's like that, um, like a forest field, or they're holding themselves, controlling their passion, and, um, but the heart is attracted to what the heart is attracted to, the passion. We're attracted, physically to who we're attracted to physically. We can't stop it. But I do feel we can stop with the 9 of Wands. I can stop myself acting on it, um, which is what I feel like they do here. They've got this energy and stuff towards you, but I do feel like they do have like a no dating at work self policy, kind of thing of like, no, this it's not good. I feel like maybe they had an experience before where they dated someone and it didn't turn out good. And then it's uncomfortable. And then I think they even like left their other job because of it. They didn't get fired or anything. I feel like it was just so awkward and uncomfortable. And they were like, I have another opportunity. I'm just gonna go. And I feel like that's kind of what happened there. But um so hopefully that helps there, Jamie. Hopefully. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Lotus of Serendipity, you're up 40813. So Lotus, here's your timestamp. And happy Wednesday to you, a general. Let's take a look here. Happy Wednesday to you too. Let's see here. Well, you got 3 cards. You got the 10 of Wands. Whoa, okay. You got the 10 of Wands. And you got the 4 of Wands, along with the High Priestess in there too. So, when you're the High Priestess energy, of course, the major arcana is you being drawn to take a step back, connect with spirit, of course, but see things from a different perspective, really understand what's going on behind the scenes with yourself. I don't feel like it's so much diving into emotions with this because you got both the 4 of Wands and the 10 of Wands, which is more awareness of where you're investing your energy. Are you choosing to focus on gratitude for what you do have and celebration for what you do have? Um, and where are you maybe focusing on any lower vibration energy that can sound like want and need? Those kind of disguise themselves, or patience. Sometimes those things they sound like, oh, that's good. We're supposed to manifest by focusing on what we want and need, and it's okay. We're guided to have patience, but those energies are actually lack energies underneath the surface. Because if I'm in want of something or if I'm in need of something, then that energy is, I don't have something right now, and don't have energy is lack energy, right? And patience also is, I'm supposed to have something right now, but I don't have it. Another don't have energy, but I will be patient in waiting for it to arrive. So though that lack energy actually pulls things down and makes it something slower to come toward us, instead of going into celebration of what I do have, and what if I'm wanting something, then I focus on when I've had it before, or what of it I have it right now in gratitude. We can ask Creator once, "Hey, Creator, you know what? I would like a loving relationship with someone with high vibration love energy. Here, I trust that you're going to bring me the perfect person in the perfect timing, the perfect way." Creator's not, doesn't have short-term memory. They have eternal memory. So we ask once, they will remember it forever. We don't have to ask them every day. We just start in gratitude then for things that relate to what we love, what we have already, what we have had. That's have energy, that brings in more, instead of not have energy, which pushes it away. So I feel like it's just a friendly reminder, and maybe just to see, is there something in there? Is there a need or a want or a patience energy that has kind of snuck in somewhere? Just, because we drift off course sometimes, because we're here with us all ourselves. Sometimes we're like, what's that? And we're drifting off course. And then they're like, here, come back. So that's what they're saying. Hey, you might want to just check your course, see where we're at, to make sure we're on the right, where we're wanting to go. Right. Right. So that's what they have for you. So many blessings to you. All right. And then we have Yati Chopra. You are up. So hopefully I'm saying that correct. So Yati, we've got here is your timestamp. And your question is, will you go for an MBA in 2027 in top B school? Right. Based on your current energies, let's see what you're going to end up choosing, because that's up to you, right? If you're going to choose to go there, and if you do so, will you end up in a top B school? So based on your current energies, I feel like you're kind of uncertain with the 7 of Waters. I feel like you're kind of still not 100% that you wanna go. You do have the Tower card with the Cuckoo, which is about something being removed out of your way to make space for something more in alignment with what you wanna do. So, I kind of feel here that your heart is desiring something different than your mind is wanting, because there's all these, which one are you gonna choose? Which one of these adorable little kittens are you gonna choose? What is it that your heart desires? And um, I feel like you're gonna have an alteration between now and 2027, that there's something here with this life experience tower, that something's removed out of your life to make space for something that's more in alignment with your heart. So I don't feel like right now that you're going to go for the MBA in the way that you're wanting to go through with this, and where you're wanting to get it done. Something changes significantly with the Tower card between now and 2027, which is over the next 6 months or so. Feel like there's something that alters your choosing to go do something different. So something is different. So I know, so mysterious, right? But that's all they have for you right now. Ooh, all right. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Olivier Bagara. Hello, hello, my friend. Good to see you. Here's your timestamp. Boop. And what news can you expect coming for career offers? Are you on the right path? All right, let's take a look here. Of course, there's no wrong path, but For your path, the one that you're wanting to go down, we can take a look here. You got the Queen of Water, which is a big emotional energy here. And we got the Ego card about on the right path. You know, here is this, I mean, the Queen of Cups who rules over the cup suit with the King plus, that she's the master of emotion with the major arcana mind of Capricorn devil card shaking the mindset, right? I feel like there's something here. What you can expect coming is something more from your heart is coming up. Like your heart wants to be somewhere. And I feel like it's revealing itself more and more. And the right path is this path that your mind thinks has told you this is the right path. And you're like, well, I want to be on the right path, but there is no right path. There's no right or wrong, better or worse. There's just different paths, right? And I do feel like there's a different path out here with this Queen of Cups than what the mind is telling you is the right path. There's a different path that's coming in. So hopefully that helps there, Olivier. Um, but I feel like your heart will reveal it because it's getting there. All right. All right. So that's what they have for you. Many blessings to you. Right. And then Kay Linda for 1612 is your timestamp here. And you're wondering if marriage or your future husband is coming into your life after healing. All right, let's take a look here. Or future husband, right? Let's take a look here. Based on current energies, do you have? Yeah. You have the Wheel of Fortune. So the more that you focus on raising your love vibration, letting go, like the healing is letting go of thoughts that don't serve you anymore, emotions that don't serve you anymore, energy that don't serve you anymore, things in the physical world that don't serve you anymore. You're creating the space for that. So that does, the Wheel of Fortune is the tune of for you, the four tune. So these things that were happening, um, that brought up, the thing that you feel you have to heal from, really, you weren't broken. Is more, it was a mirror showing you what you're ready to burn away from, uh, these thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that were telling you who you were supposed to be and all this. But this, whatever happened was to show you who you're not, so you could burn away these things and be more true to your authentic self. Because the Seven of Wands is about being, standing up on a hill and shining bright, not dimming your light, not asking permission to shine, not defending who you are, like I said, but saying, "Here I am," and in being and shining bright and being true to who you are, not who you were trying to be, right? Because we all grow up with all these expectations of supposed to be and should be and need to be and have to be and must be. When we, get into those, you know, expectations that we're given, it's constricting. It dims our light. We shrink. And this is telling us that all the stuff you went through is so you can shine bright. And in shining bright and standing out instead of blending in, that's when someone sees you and are like, "Oh my God, I love who you are." And then you don't have to try to put on masks and try to be who you think they think you should be, or whatever. We get caught up in all that. Instead, you're just you, and they're like, "I love who you are." And then you're like, that works, right? So definitely a yes. And then I like this too. So, all righty. So that is what they have for you, Kaylinda. So many blessings to you. All right. All right, Jamie, thank you so much for your donation. I see your question now there, so we'll jump to you here. And whoops. There we go. Let's give that a love and a like. And so 4/19/26 is your timestamp there, Jamie. And you wanna know, does N think that you're pretty and have romantic thoughts, or he just likes your mother energy? Cheers, cheers. So, just to clarify, when the Empress, it was mothering energy, but we also talked about sensuality, right? Which is romantic energy. They think that you're sensual. There's a lot of emotion that's there. So, and then, yeah, that definitely would mean that they think you're beautiful, with that Three of Pentacles, because that's like the Empress. She's, the culmination of all queens that were there. But let's take a look here. What else? Um, just to confirm here. Yep, I got the dreamer. They definitely like this. The dreamer is the full card, and then the two of wands to here. Um, the dreamer is like they're looking at free of expectations and looking at adventure and they see you as someone that's full of possibilities, that you're not, really restrictive. The two of fire, I feel like that is a lot of that. There's that. I feel like maybe I downplayed the passion too much there, but they definitely are attracted to you physically. They just, with that nine of wands that they got, I think, is like they see you, you shine bright, um and you stand out to them. They are very, very drawn to you. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Good. And then you get the Knight of Water, which is romantic, flirtatious, introspective, enchanting, and the Eight of Fire, which is a lot of passionate energy too. So they do have romantic feelings, and they do have the passionate feelings too. So of the heart and of the body and energetic attraction too. So he definitely has romantic thoughts and what will be appropriate, and other thoughts. So, yeah, I don't feel like it's mother energy, like, "You remind me of my mother," as much as a nurturing kind of, you care about others is what I mean by mother energy, is that you care for a lot of people and you know, make sure people are taken care of and, you know, I feel like at potlucks, you would be the one cleaning up, and I just feel like you're that kind of energy. You take care of others. So, hopefully that helps. Let's see what your fortune cookie is here too. A spiritual hug. Aw. So 19. Too much of one thing and not enough of another. People pulling at you and constantly wanting something from you. This type of experience will leave you feeling depleted and in need of balance. This is the time to sit in quiet meditation and ask your spirit guide if you may have a spiritual hug. Just one spiritual hug will recharge your battery and fill you with renewed strength to take back into your life. Your guide is there for you, even when you feel that others are not. Remember, they aren't only there to push you forward, but also to hold you when you need it. Ah, your spiritual guide. They're like, I'll give you a hug. They're not jealous. They're just letting you know that they're there for you. When you're feeling alone, you don't have to, you know, go seek it anywhere. In that moment, you can ask them for a hug. Can I have a spiritual hug? And they're like, give you a big one. You understand now. Wow. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your donation. All right. And then Royal Velour, you are up for 24, 29. is for yours. And is the man you're going to buy the new mobile from trusted or a scam? And will it be a good bargain or am I going to regret it? All right. So, based on current energies, of course, disclaimer down below, I don't uh, accept responsibility for anyone else's choices. Tarot is for fun and for entertainment purposes. I'll give you what spirit says, but you still have to choose, right? So let's take a look here. Can they be trusted or is it a scam? And will you get a good deal or will you regret it? Well, Page of Earth, for are they trusted or a scam? Page of Pentacles, cheerful, reliable, intelligent, mischievous. Uh-oh, let's take a look here. Yeah, Seven of Wands seems like it stands out here as it's a positive card. Be assertive, believe in yourself, don't let anyone take away your personal power. Trust in your inner guidance, and follow it completely. So I feel like you'll know when you're interacting with them. So, as you're completing the process, you might be like, if you feel anything, trust that. But for the energy here, it feels like that they can be trusted and that um, I feel like you'll get a good deal on it here with this energy of these cards. So, but always go forward with your eyes wide open, right? And your antennas up. All right. So that's what they have for you, Royal Verlure. Many blessings to you. All right. And then Chelsea, 42627 is for your free reading. Thank you for your donation earlier. And this is the one about your dental work. Will you be able to get your dental work done before July? All right. Based on current energies, what can we know about this? All right. Yeah, it feels like you have the power to here. You got the Lover's card and the Emperor card coming in. Lover's card is power of emotional choice energy, and the Emperor energy here, is about, it's Aries action energy. Both of these can be about what you're doing. Get out of your head, of course, into your heart with both of these energies, and then choose the emotion of gratitude instead of the want, the need, any fear, any lack energy. You can try focusing in on like gratitude with the creator of when have you had, you know, dental work done before, and we can look into to gratitude for it. Like I can remember when I was getting this, I had a cap. No, what is it called? Crown that came off, and it would have been on there for over a decade or whatever, and it was an innie, not an outie. Uh, 'Cause it had caved in when they were drilling and they didn't realize, and so they put more gold in there, and it was a gold feeling, right? And it came out when I think I was eating a cold candy bar, they had in the refrigerator, and it just and I was like, "What? Why is this hard to," and I realized, "Oh, no." So, instead of them trying to do it, they were gonna rip it out, and while they were in there, um, the first guy who was in training couldn't get it out, and then his supervising dentist couldn't get it out. Then they got a third person who was kind of like a good one in the office. They came in, all 3 of them trying to get it out, and finally, and I'm there and I'm grateful that we have the ability for people to do it. And finally, the big honcho dentist in this facility came in, and so there's these 4 people looking down, all these 4 dentists and, doing all this, and when I'm laying there, I can still remember, I'm, like, just saying, "I'm so grateful that I have the ability, to have this done and that that person's here to be able to do it." It's like all the gratitude energy just draws in, that experience, and I feel like this is what they're saying here, and they wanted me to go on this long story just to say, no matter what we're going through and how difficult things may seem, as long as we just keep gratitude, perfect things open up, and we can choose to go lower vibration and draw those things in, or higher vibration and draw those things in. But feels like this is a if you choose the gratitude route, there is definitely with these major arcana the possibility for you to draw that in. So I like it. So that is what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. All right. Hey, Cat Marie, good to see you. Hello, hello. Thank you for your donation. We will jump to you next here. Appreciate that. And then for you guys waiting for your free readings, I will continue with them. I'll just be bouncing back and forth between donations and others as well in the free readings. So we will continue to do that. All right. So, Cat Marie, we're at 4:30:32. Here is your timestamp. Give your donation a love and a like since it lets me do that here. And you want to get a message for Madison about her love life and her inner self. Ooh, all right. Let's take a look here. Let's take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers to you. That was weird. Hear air escaping from my it was like wasn't a burp. You never have it where air just escapes. That was weird. Oh, my soul's trying to leave. All right. So let's take a look here. So for Madison, what about love life first? Boop, 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 boop. All right. And then her inner self. Okay. I do this here. And I do want this one here. I did want this one here too. And this one here. All right. Let's see what we got coming in here. Well, at the bottom of the deck, we do have the Queen of Wands coming in here, the Queen of Fire. Great picture. So, underlying energy, I mean, the power of where we're investing our, energy is so important. Coming to love, anything in life. And I do feel like the underlying energy, especially when we're wanting to get a message around the inner self, that when you realize how much power that you have over your life and that you're not, being kidnapped in the back of a trunk, being driven somewhere and you're just enjoy the ride because you're going there. No, you're the one driving the party bus with the creator as your co-pilot. And all of your spiritual posse are all the puppies in the back, just excited to be going along for the ride. That there is no right way, there's no wrong way, there's just different ways, different choices with different outcomes, different experiences. And when you set yourself free from all this, "Oh god, it's supposed to be this, it should be this, I don't wanna do the wrong thing." When you realize there is no wrong, just different, and you can alter your course and alter your course, and creator's not judging, and your spiritual posse, there's no judgment, they don't see right, wrong, it's like, we're eternal beings, we experience everything. So they're like, "What are we gonna experience this time? Let's go." They're not judgmental at all. They're excited to be along for the adventure. So I feel like that's important to know with the Queen of Wands on the bottom. And then for love, we've got the Page of Fire and the Nine of Earth. So a little bit of alone time right now with the Nine of Pentacles, the little kitty cat. Just it's, the 9 is hermit energy, pentacles is the outside world, so it's the combination is, being alone from the outside world. But the Page of Fire, here's that excuse me, that energy of, getting to understand your power more as you have the kind of calmness and the quietness, we're able to really evaluate and go, where am I focusing? What beliefs do I have that I'm focusing on around love? What mindsets, what expectations do I have of supposed to be, should be, need to be, have to be, must be? When I'm focusing in on, who they're supposed to be, who someone's supposed to bring into a relationship, how a relationship is supposed to start. how it's supposed to progress, how it's supposed to end up, what it's supposed to bring me, who I'm supposed to be in the relationship, who I'm supposed to be. It's exhausting. We have all these expectations and we're focusing on what's not happening because we're like, well, I have this and I want all this. I'm focusing on all this lack. When I'm focusing on expectations and all that, I draw in more lack, right? That sucks the life out of a relationship. As we learn and we grow, we can, realize that when I'm focusing on what I'm grateful for in love, what someone is doing and all that, then it's abundant because when they bring you this and you don't have any expectations on them, when you meet them, they're like, wow, how amazing. But as expectations start to grow, see how less and less wow they become. Then eventually we get married and then we're like, why did they change? They didn't change. Our expectations changed, right? When we keep gratitude for who someone is and what someone's doing, that grows a relationship. But when we focus in on what someone's not being, it diminishes and shrinks the relationship until it disappears, right? So I feel like right now for love, you're on a pause here, Madison, and you're learning about your power of whatever you focus on is what you draw in. And you might have some little stepping stone energies where you draw people and then you're like, "Oh, no," and then it falls apart, falls away, and then you're like, "Oh, okay. I'm learning through this." And eventually I could, end up with my soul partner, someone I'm gonna be with the rest of my life, but you're learning kind of right now. You got the 3 of water, 3 of cups energy. See what your other ones are here. Yeah, you got the ace of cups here. And you also have the Knight of Fire, the Knight of Wands. So this combo of the 3 of water, the Ace of Water, and the Knight of Wands, there could be an underlying fear being cheated on. With this Knight of Fire, this is someone you might have experienced in the past, someone unbridled in their passions that I can't keep it in my pants or, whatever. I can't control myself and I end up in these third party situations, right? Well, the Ace of Water, all of this is an energy of focusing on your self love. And it's all pointing you back to yourself. I have actually a podcast, one of my podcast episodes called Why Do People Cheat? If that resonates with you, I'd encourage you to go check it out because I talk about what I learned through my fears of being cheated on from when I was in my mother's womb, because my mom was cheated on, and so she had that fear, and I had that fear picking it up from her all that time, and then I also had that fear then, and I drew those in, but all the message, at the root of it all, which we talk about in that podcast, was I realized how I was cheating on myself with them because I was looking for my self-worth externally. And so if self-worth comes from self, but I'm looking for my self-worth out there, then I'm cheating on myself with them, right? Let that sink in for a minute. But we talk a lot more about that in that podcast if you're interested. I feel like that's one of the big things that you're facing there. And maybe you had some experience in that yourself where a parent, or you saw it happen to where that is a big fear that's bubbling down there. But I feel like that's one of the big things that you're overcoming and working through to release yourself from so that it doesn't plague you for the rest of your relationships, right? So I like that for you. What else? For inner self, you got the Page of Air and the King of Fire. Wow, so you have the Queen of Fire and the King of Fire. But for your inner self, this, is an energy here where you're learning a lot about the King of Wands will clear the throne room of all the noisy, self-appointed, advisors who were telling, us who we're supposed to be, should be, what the kingdom is supposed to be and should be and need to be, all these expectations, these opinions rooted in fear, a lot of fear of rejection, fear of not being enough, fear of failure, right? The Page of Air is being able to see things from that higher perspective, but the King of Fire actually just wants to get rid of all of the noise, the small T truths, the small mind, and sit in their heart and go, "What is it that I want?" Not what I think I'm supposed to want, but what do I want? And then to make a plan, and then you put energy behind it, and then you can move forward. So I feel like you're in a period right now with your inner self that you're realizing the voices of what are all the voices of everyone else growing up, and what is your true voice from your heart, from your higher mind, and you'll gain a lot of clarity with that. Yeah, because you have the Hermit again. So, if the 9 of Pentacles didn't do it, the Hermit card is you are in this period of being kind of pulled away in solitary confinement in a way, but it's more solitude. It's not loneliness, it's you're spending time connecting with spirit to open up your understanding and to be in that quietness so that you aren't distracted by all the lower vibration noise of fear. You're able to sit more in solitude to see things more clearly. And, I love the little butterfly and the lantern so that you can let go of things, like a caterpillar does that don't serve you anymore. Yeah. And you have the sun card, beautiful energy, a bright light shining down on your life, a lot of emotional inner child transformation that's happening with the sun card. It's usually has a little baby on a horse, which represents your emotional inner child. So there is this, you know, embracing your emotional inner child, those things that it wasn't able to cry about, the things it wasn't able to be angry about when it was younger. You can embrace it and give it the space to feel it. Doesn't mean you have to act on it. Don't hurt yourself or someone else, but you can express it through writing or yelling or doing something so that you can release and allow your inner child to release those energies so they're not keeping compressed, right? So do so safely and lovingly, right? Yeah, and you have the Queen of Earth, Queen of Pentacles, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. So you are nurturing yourself. Look at even you nurturing your little emotional inner child, your mental inner child. And I like it because the 3 of Earth, the 3 of Pentacles, through this nurturing, you're letting go of the mindsets of things that aren't you, and you're becoming more aware of the true authentic nature of who you are instead of the one that you felt you were supposed to be and should be and need to be and have to be. And in that, you're you're doing I don't like calling it your shadow work. I last weekend, Spirit started calling it freedom work. We're setting ourselves free from all those thoughts and beliefs that are not us. We're not broken. We're just burning away that which is not us so that we can be free and then express that. So I feel like that's what they have for you. Hopefully that helps. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. This is from the Soul Coaching Oracle. And oh yeah, so transformation. There you are, turning into the butterfly or the dragonfly. But what a beautiful card, right? So perfect. Card number 49. So positive changes are coming. Old structures, beliefs, and ideas are falling away and will be replaced with vitality and new pathways. Soon you'll be seeing the world in a fresh way. Your soul wants you to know, like the phoenix that rises majestically from the ashes, a big change in your life is at hand. You're at the beginning, in the middle, or at the completion of an enormous transformation in your life. Don't hold on to old structures and limited ways of thinking. Even if it looks as if you're in murky waters, this is only the clearing that occurs just before rebirth. It's all for your highest good. Wow. Can't make that up. Your affirmation: I am joyously centered and safe as wonderful changes occur around me. I love it. What a great card. I mean, look at that. Oh, talking about the butterfly and transformation, and there you go. Beautiful, beautiful. Let me see if I could just go in a little further there. Beautiful. All right. So that's what they have for you. Oh, excuse me. That's what they have for you, Cat Marie, and of course, Madison. So thank you again so much for your donation. All right. Hey, Miley, good to see you. We'll get you on the free list here. All right. So we'll head back in here. Let me check my emails real quick. All right. Let me take a sip. Maybe I'll grab a throat lozenge or two. My voice suddenly started to try to go away. All right. I think we're good. There we go. All right. So Pink Aura Angel, 44512. There we are. And a general on site on what's coming towards you this year. All right, let's take a look here. What's something that they'd like you to be aware of that's coming your way this year? You got the Sun card and the Three of Wands. Yeah, you have something here with Three of Wands, something that the sun shines bright on your life. I mean, of course, the sun shines bright and it illuminates everything. It brings you in some clarity in your life, and it's like you're like, "I'm going this direction," but the bright light shines and you're like, "Hmm," new thing comes in, something that you didn't see on a dark, cloudy time in your life. Now that the clouds are parting away and the sun's burning the fog away, you're like, "Oh, no, 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 I'm not gonna go this way. I wanna go this way." And you do make a significant change and turn in your life. This can be work related, job related, education, romance, relationship, where you live. It could be any of those things. I'm not getting a clear picture on what area of your life that's in. It doesn't feel relationship as much as it feels location, 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 and with that, job. But I feel like location comes in first, like, you you have this desire, this spark to move somewhere, to live somewhere, and in doing that, that kind of has all the other dominoes kind of fall because you're wanting to, have a job there that where you could do that there, and you might have a relationship that's not really going anywhere, that it's this is a good time to, part from that or whatever, but it is this bright shining light just shining on your life that you see opportunities, and I feel like it all starts with location, location, location. So hopefully that helps. Speak or angel. That's what they have for you right now. So many blessings to you. Right. And then Cat Mia 44746 is your timestamp. So Cat Mia, should you do it on 1 or 5, which one will get you more opportunities and accuracy? All right. So the energy of 1 or 5. Energy of 1, it gives you 7 of Pentacles. Last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. Um, it feels like it eventually doesn't give you what it's looking for. When you go 5, you do have the strength card, which is about, having the courage and to step forward and, um, I don't know, it's like true strength is revealed. So I feel like it gives you the experience and the boldness to be able to step forward. So out of the 2, I would feel like the major arcana strength card would be number 5, would give you the more opportunities, and the accuracy, because it feels like number 1 feels like 7 of Pentacles is like when you get the fruit, you're like, is that really what I want? Not really. So I feel like the 5 is what stands out right now. So That helps, Mia. That's what they have for you. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Ruby, you are up. Hey, Ruby. Thank you for your donations this evening as well. Here's your timestamp. Boom, boom, for your free one. So, a financial read. Let's see here. Based on current energies, tell us about the finances. Yeah, but I feel here you got the Page of Cups, which is happy, happy energy. Queen of Air, Queen of Swords energy is about, you know, being balanced between the head and the heart. But I feel like it is an energy of being aware of the stories that we have around abundance, around finances, you know, anything that sounds like need or want, that's lack energy, right? Or patient, I'm being patient, that's lack energy. Because all of that is saying, I don't have now what I think I should have. And so I'm lacking. I'm lacking what I think I should have in this moment. And when we do that, we get more of lack because that's what our energy is focusing on. We're pointing, I want more lack when we're focusing on that, right? When we switch it to gratitude, right? When we switch it to what I have had and what I have, that's have energy. So I get more have, right? When I'm focusing on have not, I get more have not. So the queen of air is like questioning the story and the story I'm telling myself of I don't have enough, there's not going to be enough. I need more, I want more. Um I'm, again, I'm lacking, I'm lacking, I'm lacking. It's like, no, I'm abundant, I'm abundant, I'm abundant. And back it up, not just, I'm abundant, I'm abundant, I'm abundant. Is it coming in yet? Because we can't fool energy. Has to be sincere of going, make a gratitude list of finances, of times that I'm so grateful when finances came flooding in and when I've had this and what I do have and what I'm grateful for, truly, sincerely. And then it opens the floodgates, allows things to come forward toward us, right? And I think I've already talked about the abundance where it be episode 14, I believe, of my podcast. But I highly recommend that if you haven't checked it out yet, because it does talk about our energy and things we can do to open up our gates to allow things to come in instead of our inner child keeping them at bay. So I feel like that's important, but looks good. Hopefully that helps there, Ruby. So many blessings to you. All right. And then we've got Debbie O, 45223. So Debbie O, here is your timestamp. Boom, boom. And whatever spirit wants you to know. All right, let's take a look here. See what does spirit wants you to know. Oh, and those, that one. What else? And that one. All right. So you got the Page of Air and the Six of Fire. Wow, I've got a rescue dog here and the Page of Air. Interesting, because I feel like this has to do actually. I mean, I've been looking at most of these animals, I've been commenting on them, but I don't feel like they were brought into readings. But I feel like this one is about your dog. Is your dog a rescue dog? Mixed breed? Little boo boo. I remember seeing them. Um, But there's something here, it's a victory and new information coming in regarding your actual dog here. Because I feel like there's something that you've been wanting to know, or this is something about a new dog, um, coming in here too. Because you have the Page of Air. It's not the Ace of, Swords, it's the Page of Swords. Feel like there's some, you know, information on, another dog? Coming into your life here, it feels like. So, and it's okay. It's okay to have 2 if you don't already, because I feel like, it, you can't have too many. My host, um, in fact, is it a week from Monday, I think is when we go. to go pick up 2 baby, pit bulls. I think they're pit bull puppies. Oh my gosh. A boy and a girl, and then that'll be 3 upstairs, so it'll be fun. What an adventure. Puppy energy. But I feel like there is something here about a new dog coming your way, and, but it feels like it's not the first time you've heard about it. I feel like there's something coming back again. And it's like a maybe it's from the same one you got your, this one from, the one that you have now? It just feels like it's, here comes another opportunity to, um, have a rescue. So, hopefully that makes sense to you there. It'll keep you out of trouble. You need another little baby, little fur baby. Anyway, so hopefully that resonates for you. I haven't got that in a while, so that's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings. All right, and then Celestial Nebula 45526. There we go. So, what insight can be shared by your spirit team that you can use to understand and proceed successfully at work? Oh, what a great question. All right, let's take a look here. What can be shared from spirit? Got this one here. And these two here. All right. So the first one you got, the dreamer, the full card energy coming in. And then also you got the justice card and the 10 of cups. So the combination of all these, so the dreamer card, of course, is the first card in the major arcana, which is like a new adventure, free of expectations, full of possibilities. And um and along those lines, when you look at the justice card, this is about questioning our expectations, seeing things from a higher perspective, which kind of goes very well with the full card of, instead of going, well, you know, work needs to be this, should be this, has to be this, and, blah, 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 blah. When we have success means this, then I'm focusing on trying to achieve, and I must have this. I don't have success at work right now. I need more. I want more. It's lack energy, right? And the more we focus in on driving to achieve and to get to somewhere, instead of focusing on what we're grateful for in this moment, we push it away. An example, when I worked in corporate life, I swear I was working like 2 to 3 times as much stuff as everyone else on my team, and, involved in projects, doing this, doing that, doing this. It meets expectations, right? I was driven. I wanted raises, I wanted promotions, uh, wanted bonuses, right? But the more I tried, meets expectations. People who were just coming in, doing their job, same score as me, right? And I was like, "What?" But then I was like, "Well, fine. I'm just gonna kinda back off all that stuff. I'm just gonna come in and enjoy my job like everyone else, not, passive aggressive." I was just like, "Yeah, what am I so driven for? We make good money. I have enough. Instead of getting stressed out, I'm just gonna enjoy and, help my teammates, help my customers and do all that." And so I went back to basics and just did the job and loved it, was grateful for it, and that was the key, because I was grateful for what I had. Suddenly, doing less work, I got promotions and bonuses and raises, right? And it's like, "What how did that work?" It never made sense to me until Spirit taught me that if we're not grateful for what we do have, then we're in lack and we're pushing it away. When we embrace what we have and what we have had, it draws it in. And I feel like that's what they're saying here. How you can be successful at work is to, and this is the page of cups, the 10 of water. I mean, the 10, did I say page? The 10 of cups, the 10 of water, which is joy and celebration and kind of gratitude energy. It's like enjoy what you are doing, not putting success as something in the future. Celebrate what you have now, because if you can't celebrate what you have now, you can't celebrate later because there will always be the goal will always be moving, right? I'll be happy when. Oh, well, I'll be happy when. Okay, well, now I can, and it's we're always chasing it and we're pushing away success instead of realizing I'm already 100% success right now. But question what little rules do you have around being what success means? Redefine that and I'm successful now and I love what I'm doing right now. And if you're have attached your worth to something of, well, no, to be successful, I need this. Question that because that's not true, right? That's an opinion someone's given you. You're successful when, no, I'm successful now. I was successful when I was born. I made it, you know, I made it another day. I'm successful, right? When we start having gratitude for what we do have, then it all comes in, right? So that's what they have for you. Many blessings. And then me new, we're at 5037. So me new. Anyone know P's feelings for you? All right, let's take a look here. What are they currently feeling here for you? Ooh, all right. Well, well, well. So we've got the Ace of Wands, fire energy. It's not emotions. So, they're attracted to you both energetically and physically. Um, but I feel like they're kind of holding themselves back with this Eight of Air, the Eight of Swords. See how they're kind of in the cage. They're trying to step back thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that make them feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small. And these would be their old beliefs about who they are and their worth and, things along those lines that their mind had caged their heart in to make them feel safe. And now they're like, I don't know if I want to step outside that dangerous cave. Here you are over here, pretty bird. And they're like, I don't know. If I leave my cage, what happens? And so I feel like the Eight of Swords is an energy of releasing, and I'm getting past that. I'm getting ready to step outside this cage, but I still feel like they're a bit hesitant in moving forward and acting on those just because of some fears of failure, some fears of rejection, um, etc. So I feel like that's what's coming in right now, Minu. Hopefully that helps. Many blessings to you. All right. And then Swaroop Bobby, 50230. There is yours. And so what's coming towards you the rest of this week? Let's take a look here. You've got the King of Air and the Four of Water. Yeah, this King of Air, the King of Swords, they not only roll over the sword suit, but they get a second portion, which makes them the master storyteller, seeing things differently, a lot of clarity that comes in. The Four of Cups, the Four of Water, it can be an energy of feels like things are going really slow, like emotionally, with the water cups energy that's coming in here. And it just feels like I'm existing kind of energy. It just feels like I'm going through I wake up, I go to work, I finish work, I go home, I eat, I do this, I go to sleep, I wake up, I go work. On the weekend, I do this and this, and then I'm back to work on Monday. And just feels like an endless cycle that kind of feels like it's stagnant energy. It feels like I'm just sitting still. Well, this King of Swords energy is about seeing it differently, creating a new story, going, what is it that I feel I'm supposed to be doing? And what am I doing that I don't need to do anymore? I just feel like there's this, especially with this full moon in Sagittarius coming up on Sunday, it's culmination of Okay, here's the full moon. Now, what am I ready to release so I could plant something new when we come up on the new moon coming up? And I feel like there is this kind of where am I investing my energy, my mental energy, my emotional energy, my physical energy, my overall focus, and what am I doing? What am I what has served me that is no longer serving me that I can cut out? Because it's time for kind of some movement and, some I don't know, action, cut, So, I feel like you're getting some clarity on what no longer serves you so you can release that, right? So, hopefully that helps. That's what they have for you. So many blessings to you. All right. Hey, Chels, you are very welcome. Whoa. Oh my goodness. Yeah. I don't know if you guys, if you qualify for any kind of you guys have Medicaid and because that's what I had to end up using, because I didn't have any insurance at the time, so I went and applied for Medicaid. Well, I think you got a job, didn't you? Oh, how fun. Gonna get some vampire fangs? Oh my goodness. I know, right? Hmm, yeah. Excuse me while I crunch my cough drop. Okay. I know. You know all the stuff about excuse me, about where you live, so I know you got it. Mhm, yeah, aren't they though? So hang in there, Charles. Alright, so Rahul, you're up 50627. I'll stop trying to solve things, Charles, right? Quit being a man. Alright, so Rahul, you want spirit guidance. Let's take a look here. Alright. So you got the Wheel of Fortune coming in here, and you got the Queen of Air, the Queen of Swords coming in with this as well. It's interesting here because, the Wheel of Fortune, I feel like there's something, of course, there's the 10 energy of endings and beginnings of the Wheel of Fortune's really standing out for me here. So the wheel is turning, of course, always for you. It's always the tune of for you. So it is turning. And this Queen of Air, you know, that's like this perfect balance between head and heart because the Queen of Air rules over the air, but all the queens behind the scenes have cups. So she balances her head and her heart. Her heart comes in to help her not be so much in her head. She doesn't know what an emotion is, but she's also not so much in her emotions that she doesn't know. I mean, emotionally unstable. It's this beautiful being able to communicate emotion, being able to see what works and what doesn't work. And I just feel like there's something that's churning and you're realizing something that doesn't work anymore that, it's worked in the past, almost like kind of Aquarius energy of the old ways don't work anymore. I'm ready for new ways to come in here. And I feel like, that you're able to question an old belief and you can, is that true? And you can, whatever situation, this stressful situation that I feel like it's cycling and looping, that there's a way out of that loop. If you ever had they're really bringing in strong Byron Katie. If you look at her on YouTube, it's Byron, then Katie. She also has a website called thework.com, just TheWork.com, where she gives a free Judge Your Neighbor worksheet, which is a wonderful process of mirroring where you put down a specific situation and you go through her process, and it just shows you what's really going on underneath the surface that's being projected outward that helps set us free from a situation. And I feel like that's a tool that can help you, like, get out of this repetitious loop that keeps going because it's time for a change. It's time to get out of our head into our and balance with our heart, and then this change happens. But I feel like if you check those out, if that resonates for you, a repeating cycle that just never stops, that there's something there for you to be released from. So hopefully that helps. That's what they have for you, Rahul. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Blueberry, we're at 509:59. So Blueberry, here's your timestamp. Boom, boom. And you want to know, who are your spirit guides and how do they feel about you? All right. Well, we have millions of spirit guides. uh, I mean, we have endless amounts. So it's not like we just have one or two. There is a multitudes of spirit guides that we have. And of course, they all love us eternally and unconditionally, and they all love us and support us. It's your ancestors from many different lifetimes are all there. You've got your elemental spirit guides. You have an earth and air, a fire and water spirit guide. I mean, elemental spirit guides. You got guardian angels. You got your you know, your, I call them your guardian angel, your ethereal spirit guide, which is like creator in the form of a friend that has been with us since we were created as a soul. There's so many. So what we'll do here, we'll just see which one wants to step up to say, like they just showed me the Mickey Mouse Club in my head. Hi, I'm, you know, Anne, whatever. You're like, oh, introduce yourself. All right. So let's see here. What spirit guide wants to make themselves known here? And what special message do they have for you? So you have the Queen of Fire. Yeah. So your fire elemental spirit guide, I feel like, is coming through here very strong. This is the one that helps guide you, your spiritual energy, your passion, your ignition energy that comes in. If you want to find out more how you can get to know who your elemental spirit guides are, here's a playlist linked to my monthly quest playlist in Blueberry. I'll put it under your pinned comment here. Once I pin, if you're not here right now, you can see it below your name on the pinned comment area. But you can do the one about the fire elemental spirit guide, or get to know all four of them, or the five with the ethereal spirit guide. But they roll over that part of your life, and you will, and you didn't know them in this lifetime. It's not like it's a loved one who's gone to the other side. They were your fire elemental spirit guide. We join up and choose the four before we come down into each human experience. Every human does have those four elemental, well, fifth elemental spirit guide, but every human has the four special ones, excuse me, that can change from lifetime to lifetime. And in this particular one, um, where do they know you from? Because this fire elemental, they are coming through truly as like flame energy. Like mine, and I feel like it's interesting because they're showing me flame and phoenix energy, which my fire elemental spirit guide, they are a collective, a sub collective of the Sirius B, the big Sirius starseed collective. Sirius B, because Sirius A is the big one, Sirius B is the smaller sub one. And in that one, there's a sub one called the Phoenix Collective. At least that's what they've told me. And there, I actually was, I'm there in that collective, as an expression of myself is there. But all of that is my fire elemental spirit guide in this lifetime, and it's for a purpose. And I feel like yours is kind of has to do with that, a fire collective. So if you're drawn to a specific fiery type of collective, energy, they are your fire elemental spirit guide. And I feel like they're wanting to share all this to get to know them because they have some stuff to show you. What else did they want you to know? Yeah. They want you to develop this relationship with them with the lover's card here. It's this bond in that they want you to develop that relationship. They really want you to open up and even channel with them and get information and guidance for your journey as this human character in this place here. So I love that. So hopefully that helps, Blueberry. Hopefully that wasn't too much all at once, but right. But I love that for you. So check out that playlist if you're interested in knowing more about that. Right. So many blessings to you. And then we have Celine. You're up 5:15:09. So Celine, here's your timestamp. And so you said, can you have a reading? So I'm assuming on a general reading. I didn't see a specific question, so we'll see what Spirit has here for you. And so you got the Knight of Earth and the Ace of Earth. I like it because Knight of Pentacles, they're on a quest for the Ace of Pentacles. And here you are, the Ace of Pentacles, the Calico Cat. Yeah, it's funny because my dad, he lives in Hawaii, and they had a calico cat, a wild one that they care for a lot of cats out there. Just had babies, 5 kittens, and I feel like that's important because there's this birthing energy that's coming in here with all this. With this Ace of Pentacles is about new beginnings, new birthing. But I feel like the Knight of Pentacles is the slowest moving knight, so I feel like things have been moving slow and you've been waiting for something to come to fruition. Well, now here comes this birthing of something that it does feel like, almost like you gave up on, like, "Oh, well, it's gonna come sometime," or whatever, and when you released the expectation, then here it comes, because when we have this need and want energy, it actually pushes it away. When we release it and surrender it and come back to this moment and kinda sit in gratitude for what is, then suddenly it arrives and we're like, "What?" And it's true, it's happened, like, with if you ever have, like, a package that you want so bad and it gets delayed and then it gets delayed again and all this, and you're getting frustrated, and I learned this a lot with a package that went all over the place. And finally, I was just like, "It'll get here when it gets here." Next day, it arrived. It didn't even show it on the tracking. It was, like, stuck somewhere else, and I'm like, "Okay." And then suddenly, out of nowhere, with no updates, it appeared, and I'm like, "Wow." And I kinda feel like this is that kind of energy. Patience is lack energy. Like, I should have it now, should have, but I don't have it now. Don't have energy is lack. So the more I focus in on "Ugh," then it pushes it away, right? When we release it and I'm grateful for what is, and it's gonna arrive in the perfect timing whatever's gonna arrive, we celebrate what we do have, then things can come in. So I feel like that's what's kinda coming in here, for you. So hopefully that helps. So many blessings, Celine. All right. And then we have Maria P at 5:18:08. Thank you for your donations earlier. And then just a general for you for love and work. Right, general for love, general for work. For love, yeah, 10 of fire, 10 of wands. Be aware of where you're investing your energy. If you're focusing on something as a burden, it'll become a bigger burden. Expectations, right? If you're focusing on what you're grateful about something, then that energy expands it and makes it bigger and beautiful and draws in more of it, right? So be aware of what you're focusing on with your love energy, because big energy going on with a Sagittarius full moon, whatever you focus on, expansion, right? Sagittarius is ruled by Jupiter, the planet of expansion. So we've got this huge full blue moon energy that's just blowing things up. whatever we're focusing on. So if you want big love, focus on love. If you want big disappointment, focus on expectations, right? Fun, fun. And then you got work. You got the strength card here. This is your higher self and your human self on this adventure together. And I do feel like, the more this is bringing in courageous energy, courage energy of what are you afraid to step forward in? You know, are you afraid to leave where you're at and why? Because they have all the strength to make it anywhere. Doesn't mean you know, quit before you have another job, right? But what is it that you would like to do outside of where you work now? If you could do anything, what is it? Because I feel like they're saying this is time for courage. It's time to step forward and step out, and it's time. That's it. All right, that's what they got for you, my dear. Many blessings to you. All right, and then Helga 52013 is yours. So Helga. And then the next 3 months for you, let's see here. What do they want you to know about the next 3 months? All right. Looks like they will give you 3 cards, so we'll do 1 for each month. So for month 1, you got the 5 of Earth, the 5 of Pentacles. It's a little bit of it's transformation energy, it's stepping stone energy, meaning the first month is you're really realizing some things, especially around lack, the fear of not having enough, the not being enough, of being left behind, being left out in the cold, being abandoned. So you're really facing this energy and, realizing that when I'm focusing in on lack, I get more lack. But I love the 5 of the 5 pentacles because it's a transformation energy where you can realize that it's not humans that bring you what you need in each moment, but it's creator, it's source. And they have endless resources. They never go into fear. They never abandon you. It's only humans when they go into fight or flight that they go into survival and I need everything for me and nothing for you. That's where we experience abandonment or lack because we feel like they're not giving me what I need. But when we realize we have always had everything we need in each moment, I'd be dead right now. There's this beautiful trust energy, and you change your attitude over this next month in month number 1 to go, you're the one who brings me opportunity. You're the one who brings me, these openings of things, not humans. Like if you're looking for a job, it's not them that's offering it. It's you having gratitude with creator that opens up opportunity. So I feel like your first month, you're changing from something that feels like focusing on need and want and lack and fear into something of faith and trust in creator. I have a free podcast series. Episode 14 is abundance, where it be kind of that energy. If you want to check that out, it's free. The link to the playlist is in the description box. Month number 2, you have the dreamer card, the full card, which is this energy of a brand new beginning, free of expectations, free of supposed to be and should be and need to be. Ending of a cycle, a new adventure opens up, full of possibility, like I said. So I feel like whatever you do in month 1, it just opens up a new opportunity in month 2 because that gratitude just opens up the floodgates and opens up pathways for you here. So you definitely have a significant new beginning if it is job that you're looking for or relationship um, in month number 2. And then month number 3, yeah, the sun, victory, bright light shining in. So it does feel like the 3rd month, if you do this beginning in month 1, I just feel like it just boom, boom, it just keeps going up and more because the Sun card is one of the biggest abundant cards, in the deck, so I feel like if you do that work in month number 1, then, month number 2 brings opportunity, month number 3 brings harvest and abundant, energy coming in. Just brightness, you know, glowing in the sun. So I like that for you. So that's what they have for you, Helga. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Miley, you're up 52357. Well, that's not right. Try that again. All right. That's kind of it there. I can't even type. So you'd love a pick me up from spirit. All right. Absolutely. Let's take a look here. What does spirit want to tell you here? Oh, okay. They told me they want to give you a soul coaching card here. Like, here's a pick me up. All right. Ah, I love it. Acceptance, which is card number 2. So let's see what their message is here for you. Acceptance is a sacred act of power. Accept your light! Exclamation. Embrace all parts of yourself! Exclamation. Allow yourself to receive the gifts of the universe. You're worthy of these blessings and so much more. Your soul wants you to know at times it may be difficult to fully accept yourself exactly as you are. Yet when you don't, you deny the divine part of you, your soul. In truth, every experience that you've had, even the ones that you thought weren't good, allowed you to advance on your spiritual path. There were no wrong experiences. Everything that has occurred in your life has been part of a divine plan for your spiritual development as a soul. If only you could see yourself as those in the spirit realm do, you know how remarkable and wondrous you are. As you increase your acceptance, you'll help others love and unconditionally be at peace with themselves. And the more that you accept yourself, the more fulfillment you will experience. Your affirmation is I unconditionally accept, cherish, and love myself just as I am. I love it. So that's your little pick me up. You're like, here, pick me up. Pick me up. Literally, up, up, up. Pick me up. Like a little kid, right? Pick me up. All right. So that's what they have for you, Miley. Many blessings to you. Hey, Kat Marie. Thank you so much for your additional donation there. Let's grab this here. 526.50. Here is your timestamp. We'll give that a love and give that a like. So you want to get a message here. Let me just grab these here. All right. Got it down here. So, a message about what Zach is hiding from Madison. What are his intentions? Let me just split these out so I can read them better. Okay. Going through it. I get it. I get it. All right. Let's take a look here. All right. Let's take a sip here. Cheers. Cheers. Hang in there. All right. So, what can we know about what Zach is hiding from Madison? All right. Let's see what that is. What are his intentions? I feel like we got those there. How can they move forward, if at all move forward? First of all, can they? And then, if so, how in the hell? Yeah, right. Where's he going? What is his purpose? All right. So a little more into them themselves. We got that and those and then the bottom of the deck. Okay. All right. Well, let's start with the bottom of the deck here. We do have the 6 of Pentacles on the bottom, little kiwi, which the 6 of Pentacles is my codependency awareness, energy. So it's good to start there because, you know, what happens in being a recovering overgiver in codependent relationships is, as an overgiver, we feel we have to give in order to be lovable and to be worth something. And then we will over pour ourselves into a relationship, and because we don't trust people, we will want to embed ourselves in their life very quickly so we can keep an eye on them. But also, we want to become so much of a part of their life that they can't get rid of us because we're such a big part of their life. That's the overgiver sense of security, which, um, like an avoidant, is what which is odd, which is kind of what overgivers are attracted to because, we chase, we want to give, 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 and we enter in as 2 adults, but it quickly turns into a parent-child relationship where the overgiver is mommy or daddy bird giving to baby bird, and we don't wanna receive back, um, a whole lot because we have this outrageous, I have to give 1,000 love coins before I deserve 1. So we're given 1,000 and they wanna give us back, 1,000, but they were like, "I can't keep up with that. You can give me 1, but I have to give you 1,000." And so we give and we give and we give until we're exhausted. Then we give and give and give until we're resentful. So we're going through all this, and on their side, they're like, "I wanna give too, it feels good, but you won't let me give to you," energetically at least. We may be thinking, "No, I want you to give to me. Just put it in a bank and give me 1 at a time when I've earned it, but don't give it to anyone else." But they're like, "I don't there's no bank that does that, so I have to give it somewhere else, either into work or affairs," right? Or friends, working out, hobbies, whatever. I need to be able to give it somewhere where I also feel that great feeling of giving and someone appreciates it. And that's why infidelity happens in codependent relationships. Overgivers give, and then that happens, right? So I feel like that's the kind of energy just to be aware of underneath the surface here. And until we deal with the root of that, then we don't escape codependent relationships. We just keep on going back to parent child, and parent child relationships don't work out when it's romantic. Gross, right? It it needs to be equal, right? Adult to adult. All right. Let's see what we got here. So, what is Zach hiding for medicine? What do we got here? Yeah, we've got the chariot energy. Yeah, we got the 3 of water. So there's the 3 of cups energy of there's been a lot of infidelity. I mean, you said there has been infidelity. I feel like there is infidelity still happening here. The 3 of cups is that third party energy. The chariot card is the power of choice, and the moon card behind the chariot is about secrecy as well, and um, hidden things and choosing not to mention it. Um, and I feel like there is some infidelity that she's unaware of, but I feel like there might still be some infidelity going on here with that 3 of cups there. Um, what are his intentions? Let's look at that here, see if we can get any clarity here. Yeah, we have the King of Earth. They are trying to, you know, have their sense of worth. They're trying to find their sense of worth. And I think I mentioned, was it that I mentioned earlier about I have a podcast about why people cheat. And I mean, there is a big piece of this that when when you are when we, not you, when we are trying to find our sense of fullness and we're told, "Look out here," we feel so empty. And especially, I feel like they weren't taught a lot of self-love, so they learn to express or feel love through attention, like passion and, um um yeah, passion and physical and energetic attraction, but physical a lot. And so if I'm feeling empty and I'm like, "Well, you're supposed to fill me up," but when I experience that energy of the outside world and it doesn't, I at first we don't go, "Oh, it must be inward and upward that I look." No, we're like, "Well, if it's not you, then it must be, you know, that, if you're not making me feel this way, then it should be, maybe it's someone else." And then so we leave someone and we end up with someone else. And then after a while, if we go from relationship to relationship and we realize, I just don't think maybe it's not one person can fill me up. Maybe I need more than one. And then it becomes this addiction where the feeling of happiness in the moment after that drug wears off, that interaction, then we need more of it. We need more of it. We need more of it. And then, so there's something at the root of it, and their intentions are to try to feel whole. Yeah. And here's the Four of Earth, what I was just talking about. And then the Four of Cups, too, which it's almost like they have to, they need to find their self love, is at the root of everything in any of our lives is we have to find our self-love inward and upward, or we're never gonna feel fulfilled. There's nothing in the outside world. We're just pretty much numbing it. It's like eating Chinese food and being hungry an hour later, gonna have to constantly eat Chinese food, and that's not healthy over time, at least American Chinese food. Um, but this Four of Cups is the stagnant and the feeling of no emotion, and that's why their intention is to stop this feeling of emptiness and stagnation, and I need to feel like I'm living, and this is their intention is to, not feel that way. So it's not an intention against anyone, it's just desperation trying to feel fulfilled in a way. So hopefully that helps a little bit there. Let's see, how can they move forward, if at all? So this was, can they move forward? Yeah, we've got temperance, which is balance, which is over time. It's a slow process. It's, possibility, and it would take a lot time to move forward. And how is what comes in here, right? So let's take a look here. Yeah. You have to find a way to end the cycle, the old cycle. We can't keep doing the same thing, expecting a different result. So, in order to move forward, of course, duh, right? Something needs to change. We can't keep repeating the same cycles. Yeah, the Ace of Earth, Ace of Pentacles. This is finding our self worth, but the finding our self worth isn't, we're not going to find it out there. We have to find our self worth in here. And then counseling is the only way to really do that because until we realize, you know, that we are addicted, both of them are addicted, right? I know I was addicted to being an overgiver till I realized it. And then I had to find my inner self, my inner worth to where I didn't try to, anxiously attach because that's kind of how it is. Anxious, attacher, avoidant is a codependent kind of relationship energy. Someone who, like, I need to overgive so I can be attached, but then we're so smothering and so overgiving that it sends the other person in the other direction because they can't keep up. And and so when we learn to love ourselves, like my side is I have to learn to love myself so that I don't define myself by if I'm needed or not by someone. Then I fill up and overflow. Same with the other person is they run because they can't keep up, because they don't feel that self-worth with themselves. It all comes down to that self-love, self-worth, right? Yeah, we have the Hierophant, need to be able to see things from a higher perspective, the master uh, number of change. So it definitely this is saying things can't stay the same. We need to be able to see things differently, not just keep doing things and trying to force ourselves to be different without understanding why we are the way we are and how we need to change it. Yeah, and even the strength card, the courage and the strength to step forward, to do things that we're afraid to do and to face our fears, with this. Yeah, and the 10 of swords, which is all about letting go of expectations, the supposed to be, the should be, the need to be, um, basically our mental conditioning. We've got to get in here and in here to transform our patterns, and we do that. I mean, that's the courage of stepping into like counseling. And if they want to be together, couples counseling and then individual counseling helps get to the root to set ourselves free. Because otherwise, we just keep doing what we've always done and getting what we've always gotten, right? Um, but I feel like that's kind of at the root of a lot of this here. Um, so a deeper dive into him. Where's he going? What's his purpose here? Let's start up here. Yeah. So we've got the King of Fire and the Four of Wands. I feel like, you know, there is this the King of Fire is like I feel like the energy that they're in now is the Knight of Wands, which is like a little horny chihuahua that wants to hump other people's legs because it's what it needs to do to feel good because it doesn't know, right? The King of Fire, the King of Wands knows they can bridle their passions. They know, they're in control of their passion. The Four of Wands is a joy, celebration, marriage, you know, kind of energy, but it's also stable energy. And I feel like that's what they're trying to, that's their purpose is to take what they were born with and what they grew with and were conditioned by and to transform it to where they can take back their power and understand that. Um, let's see what else here. What else about him? Oh my gosh. Yeah. Ace of Fire, Three of Fire. So, you know, Three of Fire is, with new information and new passion going a different direction. Um, let's see what these other ones are. I mean, all this fire energy, that's the passion energy, right? Oh my God. And the seven. Yeah, we got the seven of fire and the three of air. This is the fear of disappointment and heartbreak, which explains here the seven of fire, is about being seen and being true to themselves and not shrinking, not doing all this. But I feel like, this is what brought him to all this, to this place is because of all that passion without being able to love themselves. And I feel like that's their journey. They chose this path on purpose to be able to, you know, um, experience everything that they have to understand themselves more and to be able to feel like what does it feel like to feel out of power and at the whim of the outside world and so desperate and to take our power back. I feel like that's a lot of all this fire, fire, fire. I mean, I can't believe 5 cards out of 7 are fire, but it is, to become the king and to transform from the knight that's there, um, instead of being that, you know? I feel like it's important to know with the Lovers card here as the last card that came through with here about, you know, the purpose and this is such a beautiful mirroring energy, right? their purpose as well, as medicine's purpose, as is all of our purpose, is to be a mirror for one another, to show us what we want to see about ourselves until we see it in that big, you know, transformation of, to show us the codependent nature that we have, our overgiver, and, to be able to transform all that, right? And so, I mean, we care about someone, but we have to start caring for ourselves first. We can't do their work for them. We can't make them be who we want them to be. We have to come in here, right? And we have to let them um, make choices for themselves. Now, we can suggest, I would, if you're interested, I would like to find out why I do what I do, and I'd love to learn how to communicate with you. And, no, and they might give you tools to help you understand yourself and how to communicate with me. And because we're from different planets, you're, not to title things, but it's, um, we're from two different sides of things, but we can learn to communicate. You're a bird, I'm a fish, and we can learn to communicate, um, if you're willing, you know. And I feel like that's the big piece of it there. So hopefully that helps. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. Yeah, what a card. Pleasure. And it is interesting. The human mind is designed to avoid pain and to seek pleasure. And so sometimes it's good to know that our minds are designed to do that. That's how we're conditioned growing up. We avoid being punished and we go for a reward, pleasure, right? So enjoy yourself. Dance through your life and give toasts for no reason at all. Cherish your sensuality and your sexuality. Your soul wants you to know in today's society, we're programmed to believe that pleasure is forbidden, only permitted in small amounts, or should always come after work. Do you postpone good times because you're too busy fulfilling work commitments? Do you deny yourself joyful experiences because there's not enough time or it seems selfish? Stop. Your spirit needs pleasure. It's the soul's way of replenishing and revitalizing your life force. Make pampering yourself a priority, and you'll have all the energy that you need to create everything you desire. And the affirmation is, my life is deliciously joyous. And it is an energy, sometimes we can be so serious and we do get caught up in the fears. That's why because we fear that their actions or non actions, their words or their silence mean something about our worth. And that's the big thing, and I talk about it in that podcast about why people cheat. And I really encourage, if you haven't listened to that, to listen to that, because we talk about a lot of that. The details Spirit gives little hints on how we can make it easier instead of harder. But that's the biggest thing, is that we have all these mindsets, and our worth is all projected out into the outside world instead of the only stable, secure place, and this is the love we're looking for. When we realize we're the love of our lives we've been looking for, then we fill up and overflow. Then what someone can give us is above and beyond extra. But we're not so desperate to, you know, be attached to a person. We realize I'm expecting something of them that they can't give me, just as they're expecting something of me that I can't give them. We have to find it in here, and then we can come together in self love instead of desperation, which is where we're all at with humans, right? Hopefully that helps a little bit there. I know that's one of the toughest things to go through. I know I went through it several times myself. So sending you so much love. Hang in there, hang in there, hang in there. I think that is it for this session. I don't have any other donations. I know they're free readings. So I am on Wednesday through Sunday night. So today's Wednesday. We got more nights coming up. If you haven't checked out my podcast, I know I talk about it a lot, but that's why it's there. There's so much helpful hints from spirit. This one we're about learning about growing our spiritual gifts, especially empathic gifts, but all of them. And we're in phase one. There's 4 phases that we'll talk about. So this is that one. If you want to catch up on the rest of the podcast, the link is down in the description area. And then also, if you click on my name, bruddaZEN, it'll take you to my main channel page. It's at the top up there as well, the easier path. So thank you guys again for all the thumbs up, all of your love, all of your support. So grateful to be on this journey together. And remember, as we're going through this adventure, that every second of every day of our life, we truly are eternally and unconditionally loved by the Mother and the Father of all things, our Creator. And of course, I love you guys too. So till I see you again, much love. You guys hang in there, take care of yourselves, and enjoy this wonderful adventure. You're probably feeling this Sagittarius full moon energy already. So enjoy your dreaming, and we'll see you when we see you. Right? Love you guys.